baby.
Glorious.
It is concrete.
I bet
So,
Evie's
slippers.
like, what is this?
Evie keeps leaving white little paw prints all around the house.
I love her. She's my favorite dog.
She is
After Merlin.
She is good dog. Sorry,
Merlin
Evie's
is
first
cute.
before Merlin in my heart, but like Merlin's close. It's just,
Merlin had his shark swimsuit. I mean, you can't beat the shark swimsuit dog. Just saying.
Did you ever post a picture of that? I don't think so.
Once upon a time, you did. Like beginning of summer when you were fixing the pool, I think.
Was last time 69 plus 3 or 69 plus 4?
Plus 3.
Last time
Okay.
was +3. This is +4.
Okay, because I'm finally back with my notebook, so I'm writing down notes missing.
Hey,
That's
we
okay.
just
My
got,
notes last time are ridiculous.
we just got 65 more episodes to get through before the campaign's finished.
65 more.
Yeah, because we're gonna end on 69 plus 69, and that's the end of the campaign.
God.
Period.
No matter what happens, like the world, it just opens up. Ravenloft just like just implodes. No matter what happens.
Oh lord.
If we die too early, you're gonna have to send a recruit, like a team down to Avernus to go get us. You know, because we got to make it to that 69, man.
It's required.
You're right.
We won't go to
You're
Avernus.
right.
No, we're not going to Avernus though. We're stuck here in Barovia.
That's
Forever.
true. That's true.
We'll just
So maybe
keep
we're
coming back.
Wow.
69 plus 4. Okay. And I'm still using that Baba Yaga house as a bookmark. I don't think that's a good luck thing, but you know, we're gonna stick with
Totally
it.
fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm
totally
sure
fine.
nothing has ever gone wrong in this campaign ever.
Never.
Correct.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Nope.
For anybody who wants it, the Sirenscape link is in Discord. It's the browser player link if you want to use the Sirenscape sounds. I'm just tired of trying to pump it through Foundry and having the volume be fucking stupid.
Oh,
So if you want it, it's there. It'll just open up a link. It may say play or start now, and then you'll have a volume bar. That should be it. There's nothing else for you to do. I'm not playing anything right now, so you won't hear anything through it. We're currently still using default Foundry stuff, but, you know, in case you guys go somewhere where there is cool Sirenscape music, then I'll say something and we'll go from there.
Hey, Dad, can we put it in the Coslink thing?
What do you
Can we
mean?
keep it forever?
I don't know if it changes.
Oh, okay, so per game.
I'm not actually, I guess I could find that out, right? Fandelvar and below. Is it the same code? Ends in C2 Fab. Ends in C2 Fab. Yeah, I will put it in game notes because it doesn't look
Thanks,
like
Dad.
it changes.
We love you.
Good old Sirenscape.
Been a while.
This little...
Copy.
There was a little girl with a
game
little curl.
notes, paste. And I know how much Miranda loves pens, so let's just pin it. There you go. It's been pinned. Just for Miranda.
Hot.
I know.
Oh, wait, it's in game notes.
Yeah, where else would you want it in?
Coslinks.
Fuck,
All
I'll
the
pin it
links
there.
are in
I'll
there.
pin it there too. I don't give a shit. There you
Thanks,
go.
Dad.
Where else you want it? Fuck. It'll be pinned everywhere.
Can you send a personal message to me, Bobby, and Misery? Just us, nobody
All
else.
the bobbies.
And then we'll pin it there. All the bobs.
Yes, I
It
can.
sounds like she wants it pinned in person. Like,
You know what?
safety
You're
pinned in
right.
a piece
Yeah,
of paper.
we
You know
Just
we
what?
need to get a QR
right
code
here.
with that link in the QR code and just send it to her.
No,
in
no,
the
no,
mail.
no.
If we
I'm
do
gonna, I'll
that-
get it
Uh,
tatted.
I was about to say,
right
she
here.
might tattoo it to
I'll get it
herself.
tatted right
Yeah,
here.
there you
Just
go.
like, all right, scan it. Let's get this shit rolling.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh
that's-
man, I should get the Foundry link a
terrible.
QR code tatted on me. Just be like, all right, Kaz, roll it up.
Oh man, the best part about all of this is all on the internet.
Oh,
Nice.
why not, man? I have brilliant ideas. Other people should know them.
I
You
agree.
do have brilliant ideas.
Oh my stars. Okay, it's in links.
Oh man.
You know what? Here, we're gonna pin it in the
Deb.
chat channel too. There you go. It's fucking pinned everywhere I've posted it now. In relation to Curse of Strahd. There you go. Everywhere it's
Nice.
pinned.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, okay, so again, there's nothing playing it now. You don't have to sign into anything. If you have a button, I think it's either start game or something in the center, and then it's just a volume bar. So again, when I start something, I'll let you know.
We should turn it up to volume level 500%, you mean?
You know what? If you would like to go deaf, please go right on ahead. Let's see. Mine's at 53.
Okay.
Some of them are more quiet than others, but I prefer to start quiet and get louder than to start
Agreed.
loud and go, I'm deaf.
Why is 100% so high?
I think it goes up to 120 or something.
Yeah, this is not
Because-
how volume bars should work.
Well, some of them are very passive background noises, so you don't.
Yes, but everything should have 100%, and
Well-
it does not go farther than 100% or 150. That is
No, because
arbitrary.
your 100% is different from my 100%. Is different from Arcadia's 100%.
I don't believe in that level of relativity.
That's okay that you're wrong.
I don't accept that.
I forgive
think-
you.
I think
I suppose
Einstein
that's
would argue
the
against that
You
too.
You don't have to
See?
accept it. It doesn't make it any less true.
See? Exactly.
Just because your opinion is your opinion doesn't mean that my opinion is wrong.
Where's Amanda?
That's what I just said. I don't
That's the
understand.
thing about opinions is generally
Misery's
they
not
tend to
hiding
be,
Amanda.
right around.
I'm not hiding Amanda.
I can
s-
see myself.
Lane is hiding Amanda. Why is it always Lane?
Because
Well,
he's in the castle right now.
It's your frames. You figure it out.
Always Lane. You hide God. You hide Amanda.
It sounds
'cause
like it's
you're-
more like you put Lane in a spot where he hides things, which means it's more your fault
Must
than
be
his.
because I'm that entertaining.
Look,
Uh-huh.
I remember nothing. I haven't been on my computer in many weeks.
Years.
But no, it is because Lane and Jess are like, I have everybody spread across on the top, and then Lane and Jess are like on little, like, they're like the little feet underneath everybody. But I try and move them into the main lineup if we happen to miss anybody. So I think the last time I did this, we must have been missing somebody. So Lane ended up in that position.
Probably when my internet was down.
Yes,
Because
that
the
is
world was
exactly
ending.
it. That is exactly it.
Who
Lane
wants to
ended
give the
up in
recap of what super cool, awesome, completely fun, not hazardous thing happened last time on Curse of Strahd?
My first note is Rose basically passed out. Siobhan and Archie carry him to a cart. Let's go. Walkity walk. Wow, my notes make no sense. Stop for
10
night.
notes.
I know. I'm like, stop for night at Crossroads by Dragon Tower. Make camp and take watches. Archie and Wit have first watch, and the werewolves are offing people. Panic ensues. Val drags people back to Argynvost, but the barrier won't let anybody in except the Argynvosti hold peoples. Big convo with Godfrey, Esmeralda, Adrian, and Trix knows things. That was my basic note.
I mean, that was basically what happened. I don't know what's going on with you, but your notes have been like more and more like on point and not chaos
want
and
me to
crazy
get
with
more
extra
chaos?
fluff. I don't know how to handle this.
Because
Are
I'm
you
not
sick?
Jinx anymore.
The more chaotic sessions get, the more linear your notes get. Have you noticed
I
that?
know! Isn't it terrible?
It's like your mind is like, oh yes, I'm in perfect sync with everything. The more it's chaotic.
It's either that or the level of chaos that your notes reflect cannot keep up with the level of chaos reflected in session. So by
think that's
comparison,
more
you
what it
just
is.
look stable.
Exactly. Maybe my medication is working.
You just look stable. Oh.
I mean, the therapist in the room would know.
I know nothing happened. I was unconscious the whole time.
Yep.
Well, my notes have gotten much
No
more
session
like
vibes.
linear since Jinx disappeared because my Jinx notes were all over the place because she was all over the place.
Oh, that's why I have down. I the only note I have from last time is on a sticky note, and it says Jinx
Jinx is
dead,
probably
question mark,
dead.
Wit villain arc. That's all I wrote
Yes.
down.
That's,
Yeah,
That's
that's about
all I
right.
wrote down.
that's
I think
about
it was
right.
supposed to be inspirational.
All I have noted is Emil said, "Oops, that was you guys."
That rat
Whoops.
bastard.
My bad.
Ugh.
Oh my.
Awesome. So,
Good.
what has team outside the barrier been doing since Trix and Valgwyn went in?
I think Vivi and Archie said they were talking to all the people, the Kreskians, and trying to like make sure everybody's bandaged up and safe and
Yeah,
mostly
going
alive.
Going off together and chatting.
Mm-hmm. And taking care of our friends.
Okay. So Vaughn, you're working with a headset. We'll come back to you. Wit, what are you doing during all this?
Eyeball on the woods for threats, trees kind of shit, and then every like 5 minutes, Wit'll be muttering into the tattoo, trying to see if he can get a hold of Jinx.
Okay.
But mostly he's trying to make sure nobody else gets ate.
Nobody else gets ate.
Yep.
Until Emil shows up again. Whoops, sorry guys.
Look, I ain't even worried about Emil right now. Well, no, wait, we don't.
Trees.
Did we figure that out? It's the fucking trees.
Oh, I told you that it was Emil.
You did, so Wit does know that, so he's watching for trees.
Hey, she said, my bad. You know?
Oh, sorry, didn't realize it was you.
Psh, you should have sounded the horn or something. The
might
need a
werewolf
signal.
friendly call.
We need a friendship cloak here.
You might. You might.
Oh,
A
no.
nice kingly one.
Yep,
And a revenant blade to go with it.
obviously.
Oh man, I know Savon. You kind of stood with Rotha and probably just waiting for him to wake up so you can punch him back to sleep. But is there anything else that you are you're wanting to do while you're outside the barrier?
I mean, if it looks like everybody else is currently being managed, no.
The cats appear currently to have been successfully herded. At least
Synchronized swimming.
for now. Okay. Well, in that case, let's go back to team inside the barrier, where oh man, where Esmeralda had walked out. That's fun times. Adrian had been let out, and only some of the revenants with Godfrey, Valgwyn, and Trix remained. And Trix had some questions that was put forth to them, and they answered some things, and they learned a little bit more about the Knights, the Order as a whole. And where we left off was Godfrey had stood up with the eyes, instead of burning red like they were when you first met him, or burning silver. And his garments had been tattered like old. They look new and very form-fitting. And as he came over to you and said the things that he said about one of the more precise tenets, and welcomed you into the fold, he did ask you, Trix, what are we to do with those outside the barrier?
Which portion? The ones you keep calling leftovers, or Arcadia and Viviana?
Aren't they all the leftovers?
Well, I understand the bigger plays here. Especially with you telling me what the actual tenant is. But that doesn't fix the fact that I brought them along. But we did give them a choice. And they all did say they would either learn their skill or learn to become helpful in some shape or form. So continue with that choice or an illusion of choice that they come in and they have to learn a skill or utilize a skill they already have. As for, because everybody can be useful, even if, you know, you just think I'm just good for swinging a big old sword and putting mud on people. But as for Arcadia and Viviana, they've been useful too. They declined the offer to become dragoons. I think Viviana was specifically told by Regier to go to Berez. Arcadia is a bit more of a wild card. I don't think she would ever truly, I don't know if she'd ever get on board with the don't kill Strahd plan. But I can see her being useful as well. I guess it would also depend on what is your definition of useful. Either way, they're going to get sucked into this war, whether on our side, Strahd's side, or Alec's side. Either way, they're all probably going to die anyway. At least give them the illusion of choice that they're making some sort of difference.
So is it your opinion better for them to die for the Order then?
Yes. I'm here, aren't I?
And Valgwyn, your opinion on this?
I think Viviana and Arcadia has shown that they are able to handle themselves. For the rest of them, I'm not sure. On the way in, I heard the forge already running, so teaching them to smith is probably not very helpful at this point. I see two potential outcomes for them to be useful. Perhaps we send them all to Vallaki and have them work in tandem with the Ravens to collect information. Or they die for the Order.
But we're also not all of us are dead at this time. So like they could help cook, hunt. That's things that are useful. Undead at this time. I mean no offense. I'm just stating the obvious.
Trix, give me a persuasion roll with advantage, please.
Okay. With advantage, let's go first roll. Dirty 20. Whew.
Godfrey stops leaning on the table and staring very intently at you. Like he pulls himself back up. And he traces his hand along the table as he's walking back to his chair. So his hand's just like there, just dragging across the table. And he sits down and he drums his fingers on the table. Click, 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 click. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. And he goes, "All right, Trix. Since it is my understanding that when the shadows of Kresk dissipated and the remnants of whom was left behind was revealed, generally it was that they were going to just stay there and die and be useless. Valgwyn wanted to at least grab the individuals who could be useful. And you wanted them all. And they agreed to be useful in whatever manner they could. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes.
All right then. Then there will be some stipulations. They all have to be branded with the Silver Dragon. There is no other way to pass the barrier that Regier put up. I know not of one anyway. So that will include Arcadia and Viviana if they are to continue with your band, or they stay outside the barrier to fend for themselves. The ones who are here at the edge of the property and do not want the branding, because let's call it what it is, they are free to leave. And if they decide to squat, then I will send out the silver-eyed ones to make sure they become useful. The ones that do decide to take the mark, it will be your job, Trix, to make sure they are useful. Find out what they can do and can't do, put them to work as you see fit. I'm sure that you noticed that the barrier had encompassed quite a bit of land, and there was some construction on the forge side. There are lots more living who are joining us, and so places of rest are being constructed. I'm sure there's something there that people can do. Castle can be cleaned, as you said. People can hunt. Those who can at least read and write perhaps could be useful to the Vistani. After all, they are making things. Those who are dexterous with their hands. Things need to be sewed. There are all kinds of minor tasks that even old and young can do. Another thing that will be required, no matter the age, is being taught how to use a weapon. For when the fires are lit and we go to war, the entirety of us do. Either we all make it through or we don't. What is the point of leaving a child behind in a land of Strahd? Do you have any questions, child?
Just so I'm gonna repeat just so I know that I understand, if that's okay. All of them have to agree to the brand, no matter the age, correct?
That is the only way to pass through the barrier.
Okay.
Those not branded cannot get through.
Okay. I have to make sure that they have jobs to be useful, and they all have to be trained.
Yes.
Okay. I have no questions.
I feel like this will be a
About
good
that.
task for you. You fought for them to be here, so let us see what you can do with them. Now, where are the others? Now, did they stay outside with the new additions. Is that why they aren't here?
Aye.
Well, Rothan's passed out, and I think Savon's in there with him. And Whit's outside with the new additions.
Well then, let us go and collect your new pets. And he will stand up. And when he does so, the two revenants that guard either side of the big doors reach in, grab the handles, and just open it. Without a word from Godfrey. I
just kind of look at Valgwyn, and my eyes are probably like saucers at this point, and I follow.
Who are you following? Godfrey's not leaving.
I go out the door.
Okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Valgwyn, what are you doing?
Towards the barrier.
I have something else to tell Godfrey, but I'll whisper it to you.
Okay.
So, I guess I'll just go with Trix then. Because I'll just use the tattoo, it's fine.
Okay. So as you two get up and walk out of that room, make the right to the stairs at the corner, where if you were to go all the way up, it'd be one of the watchtowers. Heading down, Godfrey does leave the war room and seems to be either going the same direction as you or is following you, but at a distance, it appears. And he's doesn't seem in any sort of rush. And as you guys are going down the stairs, you can see, and now that you're paying like a little bit more attention, because you were kind of focused coming in here, you can see at the rafters there's quite a few ravens. And as Godfrey comes down the stairs, one of those ravens lands on his shoulder. And you can hear that there's some kind of squawking, and he just nods his head. I need both of you to give me active perception checks.
Trix on fire today.
Okay. Both of you notice that raven has strangely silver eyes. Before it takes off again. You come out the big doors, which again, as soon as you get close enough, you feel wherever your branding is tingle a little bit as those big doors open automatically. You go down the stairs, you see that dragon, that massive stone dragon, has been cleaned up, repaired, cracks gone, the sword mark at the base of it gone. And as you continue on your way, again, you can hear the tinging of the forge going off to your right. You still see the armies of dead in taking training positions. Some of them look super freshly dead with silver eyes, like they just died 2 days ago. And others look ancient. Give me another perception check. Boom. Fuck yes. Both of you. 36. Fuck me. Man, Valgwyn, you have an out-of-body experience where you find yourself floating above yourself, and you're sitting in a strange chair and nothing but a shirt 'cause you don't wear underwear in your chair, and a headset on, looking at a screen, and suddenly you're back to your character again.
We're in boxers. What?
That's not what the camera says.
I'm not falling for that.
Both of you note that as you're walking past the dragon statue, heading down the path, you kind of look to your right, which is the training section, because you're going away from the castle at this point. Both of you spot that there are about 5 creatures with draconic faces in the midst that don't have silver burning eyes, but bright blue ones. You continue making your way. Like what?
Like bright blue or like burning blue or
burning blue. Burning blue eyes.
Interesting. Okay, sorry. Please continue.
As you make your way walking down the path, and again, the barrier spread quite a bit. So you're walking quite a distance. And from this side, you can definitely tell where the barrier is. Because there's like a film or like a layer of strange dark color. Like the things on the outside of it are just darker. And you guys can walk through.
I walk on through.
Easy enough.
Everybody still standing there?
I mean, Archie, you're walking around all the people.
Yep, he's talking to lots of the Kreskians.
Wit's pacing with his eyes on the trees. I feel like we need a loading screen for Adam when he's doing that, like, typing conversation.
There's nothing for me to... This is all you guys here. There's nothing for me
Okay.
here.
I was like, I think
You had to look like you were responding to a whisper.
yeah, you have a certain you have a certain look on your face.
I
when-
am looking for a token and I cannot find it. It's pissing me off.
Okay,
Ah.
got it.
No,
No,
we're going to
that-
be attacked token. Got
That
it.
still constitutes a loading screen, in all honesty.
That's
it really
fair.
does.
Door open.
They know that you can only have one door open at a time. They
You know what? You know what? They have been trained well.
Patient.
We were just
Sit
waiting.
down.
We're like, is everything good?
You all have been trained well. Good job.
Oh.
Maybe
Well,
the
whenever
loading screen should be a door opening, and then like words float out. That's like, please hold. The train will continue in just a moment.
Please stay clear of the gap.
Mind the gap.
Oh shoot!
Mind the gap. You all crack me up.
Whenever the
Well, it's like
window
while elevator
closes.
music is playing.
I just holler for everybody to gather around whenever the window shuts.
We're waiting for the window to shut, or is it a door?
Whichever window, door.
Is a token a window and like a message a door? Like, does the size of the thing
can't
leaving
s-
change based on the task that need to happen?
They're all doors. You can't see through them.
I can't
Oh,
find
this is
my
one of, like,
Dragonborn
Escher.
token.
See, he didn't even hear a word of anything we said. It's just like an
I
Escher
heard you.
painting.
It's a window. That's
Is it a
how you know I heard you.
No, your wife said door, not window.
No. I've got doors and windows. If the window's open, I can at least hear you. If the door's
Oh,
closed, I'm
okay.
doing none of the above.
Gotcha.
Noted. Are they like those windows that are like, tinted so that you can't see too well through them, but you can know that there's a shadow?
It's like a one-way.
You see the shadow move of something.
One-way interrogation mirrors don't let sound through, so that's out of the gate right there.
Well,
No, but there's usually. Never mind.
There's usually
I mean-
microphones.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I
But-
mean, also maybe this is one of the varieties of windows he has. Maybe when he can only like visually respond but can't hear, or maybe this is just one of the types of windows that are installed. This window doesn't even open, so really the metaphor has gone off the rails as it is.
Wait, what type of Windows? Windows XP or what are we talking about?
I
here?
was just about to go there too.
Wow.
I was just about to go there.
Wow. You know what? -4 levels for all of you.
Millennium Edition. That was the first computer we had that wasn't MS-DOS.
Oh my goodness. You're
We
all
just need-
terrible.
We just need an update to our windows, and we'll get our levels back. All right.
There you
There we
go.
Good to
Wow.
know.
All right,
Windows
so
Edition are we on now?
Trix had rang the proverbial bell of come together. Is anybody doing anything about that?
I'm gonna nudge Vivi and
Turn towards
gesture
it.
that way.
See what we need to do.
We're gonna start walking over there.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, Rothan's not doing anything but sleeping,
No,
so you're not going to get
Rothan's not
anything
here.
from him.
Okay, and
Alright,
Siobhan's with Rothan.
I would say, are you guys within like speaking distance of Siobhan and Rothan? Because if Wit can still hear, he'll stick with Siobhan.
I mean, it's our imagination, right? Trix could just walk over to Siobhan and,
Didn't Trix
And
take
Rothan.
Rothan into his room?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right, she did! She
Rothan-
carried him!
So Rothan isn't out here. So is
What
Siobhan
is Siobhan
in
doing?
here or out there?
Why is Siobhan out here and not
I
inside?
don't think
I'm
Siobhan went
confused
inside the barrier.
Yeah, I don't think Siobhan went
think
inside the
she- I
barrier.
don't
Now
think
that
she
you
went
mentioned
inside
that, I do remember because we were laughing about how the short person was carrying the now super tall person, and he was still being dragged across the ground, to include his
Mhm.
third leg.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I remember that
That
now.
joke was made several times.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it every single time.
Yeah.
That window is permanently open.
Well, ever since I said the joke of growing, not showing, that joke's been there the whole time.
Yes.
It's been there all 4
Dead
years.
horse.
Dude.
Dead horse and stick. It's right there. Wit'll stick with Siobhan then. If Siobhan is just wherever she's at, that's where Wit'll be.
Okay.
So are you calling like just your people, or are you trying to gather everybody?
I gather everybody, so I'm not gonna shout in my headset because Chris.
Like the mom whistle, that just
Yeah,
gets everybody in.
yeah, the bomb whistle.
Okay.
I was gonna say the troop coordinator voice, but I don't know if any of you have heard that. So it's
The mom voice is
very
showing, okay, Mama Mud is here.
Mama Mud.
You're gonna embroider that for me now.
You want it?
Yeah. So no, I get the attention of everybody.
Okay. I mean, they're
And
coming to you.
Once everybody has gathered up, I'll say, okay. So we're this far, but in order to go through here, you have to make a choice. Another one. The only way to get through the barrier is to accept the brand of the Silver Dragon.
Looks at Archie.
Looks at Vivi.
And then
Same time.
for everybody else, we will find a job for you, whether it's construction or hunting, or I'll find a job for you. You have to cooking, helping make potions, hunting, cleaning. We'll find a job, and everybody, no matter how old, has to pick up a weapon and learn how to use it. So while we're here, you will be required to come out to the training fields with me at least once a day, and if not with me, then with somebody else. More than that.
Question, Princess. What does it mean to take the brand of the Silver Dragon?
I kind of look at Valgwyn. Is Valgwyn still with me?
I'm there. I mean,
Well, it's this thing, and I show my back tattoo. And you agree to the 4 tenets of you tell the truth. I spit them off, even though player brain stopped.
always tell the truth. Help
Always
the weak, but don't hinder their growth.
And I'm just reciting it after Valgwyn has
The Lord's command is law. Evil and dead must die.
May I ask a question about them?
I don't know if I would know the answer, but ask your question.
When you say you're the Lord's law, whatever word law thing, are you talking about the Dragon Lord?
Colloquially, yes, it is Argynvast.
And how would that work when I have already made commitments to my god and neglected to join a group of people that I trusted completely?
Valgwyn's gonna do one of those, like, I am also a cleric of a certain persuasion, and yet here I am.
I'm sorry, Viviana, I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Ultimately, the choice is yours, whether you join or not. I will say this, I'd rather have you on our side than not, but I'll also say this, redundant, if you do decide to leave, I will need what I gave you back.
I'm not saying I'm leaving, I'm just not entirely sure I want your tattooed brand.
That's the only way that we can get you through the barrier.
Do I need to be inside the barrier? I need to go to Perez at least. Not sure what I need specifically here.
It is our current safe space. Where we're able to rest and eat and plan our next move without having to worry about being attacked or listened in on.
Like, get the brand and maybe just admit one of those little tenets. Is that a possibility?
I don't think that's a possibility.
She doesn't think that's a possibility, Vivi.
I heard that.
But like Valgwyn said, he took the oath.
It's not just that, it's more that
You're sort of
I-
agreeing to sign up for
something I don't entirely know all of you that well. I'd known Alec for years, and I still neglected to take up his offer of becoming a dragoon when he offered it, so I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to accept an offer from somebody else either.
But you didn't even really know what a dragoon was until a few hours ago. But we
had been trained our whole lives to aspire to that.
It's your choice at the other end of the day, but it's another form of protection of allies.
So in order to be allies with you, we have to get this.
In order to go
Brand?
inside the barrier, you have to get the brand. I can't just push you through the barrier and put you through the barrier. That was the
Is there like
stipulation of letting
so
you
like a
through the barrier.
a temporary brand? Do you have like a temporary tattoo? Does that work here? Like a contract? Yeah, like a contract brand? You know, contract that only goes for so long.
That was the condition I was told for you to be able to get through the barrier, guys. I can't negotiate this with you.
Is Godfrey here too, or is it just the two of you?
Currently, it's just the two of them.
Okay.
Step
get
up
back-
and turn around to all the people and be
I
like,
was
listen, people, I'm going to recommend for all of you, and I'm going to point especially you, to take the deal that they're offering. And then I'm just going to turn back around and nudge Vivian. Shrug.
I just like to know what I'm signing up for.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of feels like you're... Like they're offering you the Kool-Aid, but you don't know exactly what the ingredients in the Kool-Aid are just yet. So it just feels a little...
If it
A
makes
little
you
iffy.
makes you feel any better, Archie, I definitely feel the same way. I don't even think that you're going to get any of that information if you do happen to take the brand.
So why did you take the brand then?
My
What's the
family did,
point?
and I didn't want to leave them.
because it was a group that I saw going against Strahd and had resources that I didn't have on my own. So even though when I took it and I didn't fully understand it, I knew it was something bigger and gonna achieve something that I couldn't achieve by myself.
So what's
Look
the addendas, the quid pro quos, the small fine print? Is there any? Should we know about these things beforehand?
What I am aware of are the 4 tenants that we told you. And weren't we told not to betray the order?
Yeah, if
Aye,
you
that's a
betray the
major
order, you
component
die.
of it.
That's the
That's-
part that
that's-
confuses me because I'm not
That's the
entirely sure I
fine print.
understand
We need
your
the fine
order.
print.
And so I'm not sure I can commit to not betraying something that I don't fully understand. Because I know what I'm here to do.
Look, if I could have betrayed it in the last week, I probably would have, and I would be dead right now. So I think you guys are okay.
That's not confusing at all.
I was
Well,
about to
I'm
say.
just saying, like, I don't know.
Trix, I don't think they're talking about an accident. I
Oh.
think they're coming to, as some of the rest of us has sort of been understanding, that there's more to this order than even we understood. However, we're already bound to it.
I figured
So
that was already a given.
yeah, but they're not yet, and that's what they're worried about. So for the two of you, you already have, you either go, it sounds like you got two choices. You go under the mountain, or you stick with us. If you got to go to Kresk, maybe we can negotiate. We can, I'm willing to go to Kresk with you. I said I would.
We just came from Kresk.
Whatever,
Perez.
wherever the hell we're going.
Okay, I was
Player-
like, wait a second.
Look, Player
Wait,
did
sorry.
not have her house last night. Cut her a break. Where are we going? Berez. I'm
Berez.
sorry,
Okay, yeah.
Berez.
Jeez. Player brain was like, wait, what?
Player brain is like on a shelf, so they're hoping that Wit's autopilot just works. But look, if we can figure out how to get you to Berez for what you need, and then you head up back the mountain, and then you got to do what you got to do, or
So the stipulation is to get the brand tattoo to be able to enter this place, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if
But
we
it-
don't need to enter this place?
exactly.
Valgwin will look at Trix. He will stare her down.
Uh-huh. I just kind of sigh. It's your choice. You can either, at this point, you can either come or go. I'll let you guys discuss this. And I start going over to the townspeople to get this moving as Valgwyn stares me down, to see who wants to stay, who doesn't. I take notes of who can do what if they decide to stay. Start making a list of, if that makes sense. And then I give good luck to those who decide that they want to leave.
As the commotion is happening, I'm gonna like lock arms with Vivi and just sort of disappear into the crowd for a minute or two.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking mute. Always mute.
Oop. Wait a sec. Fuck it, I'll just retype it.
Oh, you meant for that to go elsewhere.
I sent it to somebody. Oh, did you get that? Thumbs up?
Hey, you sent it to me.
I know, but I meant to send it to Trex, but
I don't think Trix got it.
I
It's
don't
just
think
to me
Trex
twice.
got it either.
No, it's just to me
that's
twice.
That's what I think.
Of the 51 remaining people, because you had some casualties on the way here. While there are a few that are hesitant, since the majority want to do something, and that old woman is really speaking up about it. Like, for whatever reason, she really seems like this is the best of the bad options we have. There are no good options. This is the best of the bad ones. And at least this group is actively trying to fight against him. And all 51 are willing to be branded and go inside.
Okay. And I've categorized them as into like labor, gatherer, hunter, cleaner, potion maker as I've gone.
Yeah, there's only one person who can read and write. That's Grandma herself.
Okay.
Majority of this is pure labor force. You do have some handful of people that said they are familiar with hunting around Kresk. Not so familiar hunting around here, but man-eating trees are man-eating trees everywhere in Barovia. Can't be any different.
I wholeheartedly agree with that statement.
Some of them are people who say they can sew stuff. Some of them say they can do stuff with hides. Like, there are some people that seem to have some kind of skill But there is the one individual that said that he's fairly good at not being seen and scouting quickly.
His name?
Is Bob, obviously.
Obviously.
Because it doesn't matter what I name
Duh.
it, it's just going to become Bob.
Duh.
So I keep a internal track of that one. Okay. And then I look at Vivian Archie and just kind of raise my eyebrow.
We're chatting as all this goes on. Let us chat, please.
Right.
While they're chatting, Wit's gonna. The messenger goes to the barrier, right? We've sent like Val sent messages to Godfrey and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So Wit's gonna send a message to Adrian,
Okay.
just asking, I need to check in, get some updates, get some clarity. Also, I can't get a hold of Jinx. Oh, the door's open. Is it a door? Is it a window?
Obviously, this is a couple of whispers back and forth.
Okay.
Because I'm not breaking that up into my 25 words and sending it multiple times. And as usual, I say this every single time, ignore my typing, because I'm sure it's crap. Oh.
I don't have my note with the name of the thing that we were at, so I will just put question mark in parentheses.
So, what do you think, Archie?
Fast forward. Yeah, I think this is our only option.
Yeah. I see that.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
I'm gonna type.
The door points in a direction? Not
It
the
opened in
opening,
one
just
direction.
the door. The door itself is
Yeah, no,
pointing.
the door itself. Like that.
It
Just
just
like that.
The rotating door stopped at one spot.
it looked at Cat and was like, "You."
I think that answers everything there.
Okay, yep, that does help, because boy, have I got confused. Okay. Delete that.
I like that I capitalize misery, but I don't capitalize Strahd.
Because misery is more
You should.
Which
Respect.
agrees with you.
You know what's funny? I didn't even notice it because that is exactly the world order.
That is how it should be.
Fair enough. All right, resume.
Vivi and Archie are coming back up. Hey, question. What's the retirement plan like for this whole group thing? We can't hear you.
What's a retirement plan?
You know, like when we're done fighting and there's
That's
no
a fair
more
question.
Strahd, what happens afterwards? Can I like go like build a log cabin up in the mountains over there somewhere yonder, or do I like always have to be here? What's the retirement plan like?
Not just retirement, Archie. It's more like, what are we agreeing to? Exactly.
Like, how long does this last, this whole agreement thing?
You player just a second. Sorry. Those are very good questions and ones I did not ask when I took the oath. Honestly, I don't. I hope I live and can travel when this is all done. I'm not. I was just told I could travel wherever.
So is there
But-
someone who does know the answers to these questions if you don't?
If I was. I don't know, you guys. I just know what I was told. That was not meant to come out so whiny.
Yes! Queen Mud!
I don't feel like that came out any differently in game, actually.
Stop asking questions! That's kind of how I see Trip saying.
Listen, Princess, you're beautiful. We're very interested in your timeshare, but we need to speak to like somebody above you if that's possible.
I just look at Valgren.
Well, will I suffice, or do I have to call Godfrey down here?
Oh, if you've got like
If
answers,
you got the answers, that'd be great.
Well, I'll tell you this. When you swear to this oath, it's not something you do lightly. You will
we're
be
asking questions. Yeah.
in service until you are released or dead. And then probably some more after that.
I had that feeling, judged by you and Siobhan. What exactly am I agreeing to if I agree to this, though?
You are agreeing to 3 things. Our current plan, to uphold the tenets of the oath, and to fight when
and
asked
to kill
to.
Strahd.
I think that's part of the current plan.
will be discussed later. The plan, the tenets, and fighting.
Okay, so what's the plan exactly then?
You're not a part of the Order. I will not tell you until you are.
Cool. Can we speak to your manager?
I called for him already to let him know the 51 were ready for their marks. I told Valgwin.
Are you all saying that you didn't ask these questions before you agreed to all of this?
No.
So
Maybe-
how can you agree to something without knowing what you're agreeing to?
I knew I was
How do
agreeing
you
to-
believe in Lathander in this cursed place?
Because I was raised by my father, who did, and I was trained by a cleric.
And who told them to believe in Lathander?
How should I know? The god himself,
How-
I'm sure.
And how
think
is
you
that
guys are
any
having-
different than this situation here?
I think we're having an argument about learned faith and blind faith here.
Well, and let me take faith out of the equation for a second. I made no decision based on faith. I made it based on family. So,
My
Mine
entire
was on
family is
resources.
gone.
and if you want to stay alone, I'm not telling you what to do, Vivi. I'm not saying to take the oath or not. You got options. And like you're very plucky, I like that lady. Like she so happily pointed out, there ain't any good options in Barovia. It just is one. So if you want a different one, take it. But at this point, I don't know what options you have, girlie. And you don't have any family left, but you do have Archie.
Yes. I just worry that what potentially I could learn in Berez may affect whether or not I should agree to this.
Wit, Viviana, not Rothund, Valgwin, Trix. Wow, everybody except Rothund, who's sleeping like a baby, the best sleep he's ever had since getting into Barovia, and Arcadia. You two don't notice.
Well,
The rest of you do, though. You can feel the ground beneath you shaking.
Am I right by that barrier? I just kind of want to step
Sure.
over one side and see if I still feel it on the other side.
Oh, okay. No perception check needed. As you step through, you see an army of dead and some living, with Godfrey in front, headed your way.
I'll walk back out and go, Godfrey's coming this direction. With, a slew of friends. Something tells me decision time might be approaching. Were any of them were-ravens? Did I see any were-ravens?
Not that you noticed.
Okay.
There wasn't anything flying, at least, that you noticed.
Okay.
Great. I just was wanting a tattoo guy to come so I could get these people tattooed and get them onto their jobs.
I'm sorry I had questions, Trix.
It's okay. Just not I
You
couldn't
might-
answer them.
Trixie, you might want to go in and meet Godfrey. That's a show of force coming.
I turn around and I step through the barrier.
Okay. You can see from just up the path. Gosh darn auto zoom. I always forget to turn that gosh darn thing off. Let's turn that off right now. Maybe let's turn that off right now. Does it want to launch? Maybe not. There it goes. Advanced. Autofocus. Off. Close. Hey, it's better. Okay. You do see Godfrey in the front. You can see that there is some of the more dead pulling a cart. On top of that cart, you do see a hunchback older gentleman with crazy hair, who is just who seems to be mixing some kind of vials and things together as he's putting them like into his little side cart thing, his little pull-out drawers, and he's just as joyful as the last time you saw him. Not a care seemingly in the world. You can see that there are fresh tattoos on the skin of him that you can see. And you do recall that whenever he's doing this process, those tattoos seem to burn through him and into the ink. So however he makes this happen, he seems to be at least recharged. But behind that cart, numbers. Where are we? You can see that there are about 50 or so, obviously dead by the burning silver eyes, but they are the fresh dead. The ones that probably only died a couple of days ago.
Ooh.
Coming down the mountain. And behind Godfrey himself, there are 5 tall figures that have draconic faces in full plate armor and carry massive swords across their backs. And they have bright, burning blue eyes. They are of different colors. You see one that looks like one that's blue. There's blue, silver, bronze, and 2 reds. And as they are coming down, it's them. Like, now that you're closer, it's them that's making the ground shake. That's how dense they are. They are big. And what I mean by big, they're probably D&D terms size large. They are big. As the company gets closer to you, Godfrey goes, and I understand that we have some individuals who are ready to join the order as a whole, and some that still have questions.
That is correct. So all 51 agreed. Arcadia and Viviana still have questions.
Well, before we go through, how about your opinion? I thought that hearing what we are about from their fallen loved ones might help. Or do you think this too crass of a choice?
Oh, and we're asking Trix.
Yes, we are.
Yes, Trix. Is it crass?
Yeah, Trix. Make a goddamn decision. It's not swinging a sword.
I know. Been asking that a lot of me the last couple sessions. Damn it.
Damn right.
Trix has to use her big girl brain.
Trix doesn't want anybody to know she's got one. Okay.
Too bad.
Godfrey does right now. It's fine.
It could definitely go one of two ways. Although my experience with my undead loved ones wasn't the greatest. So it could go either way.
Well, if they're joining us, they're going to see them anyway. Might as well rip off the gauze, as they say. Let the wound just bleed out instead of fester and get infected. That is what happens to the living, right?
Nope. I won't say it. That was nope. I take it immediately back. I just go blah zip.
Okay. He continues walking with the entourage. It doesn't take long before the rest of you see Godfrey with his very nice black leather attire, hands behind his back, white hair slicked back, his face not quite as gaunt as when he had the red eyes. Seems like the silver burning flame has put a couple lbs on the old undead's ass. As he walks through, you all of you hear collectively the 50-something just take a breath, like, because while there's more flesh to him than there was, he is still obviously dead. And while they kind of had an idea what this was, I mean, even in comparison to Valgwyn and Savan, Godfrey really looks dead. Savan and Valgwyn don't really look dead. Savan looks pale. Valgwyn looks a little bit more pale than normal, but like, I mean, he's a dwarf. That hasn't been seen around these parts in eons. Nobody really knows what he is. He's just a short guy. But seeing Godfrey, there is definitely a little bit of a shock factor, and Godfrey just looks about and goes, well, this next part should be interesting. As he continues walking, he kind of just gazes around and looking at everyone, and he locks eyes with Wit. We have things to discuss about your sister. Let's get this over with first, though.
At your will.
He begins like moving over to the cart you guys have the broken trash can armor guy just kind of plopped into, as from the barrier the 5 large dragonborn come through with the different colored scales. And literally when they take a step, the ground sinks a little bit. They are very big and dense individuals. Those of you who were, downstairs, recognize Dargoth. As he scans and, like, completely breaks character, looks at Savan, before, like, Godfrey just kind of tilts his head, and then he puts his hand back down.
He's like, sorry, it was Mama.
My boy.
As he says something in Draconic. Who outside besides Valgwyn understands Draconic tricks? Acadia does. Everybody does at this point, right? Wit, everybody understands Draconic. Okay. He's telling them to scout around and make sure you weren't followed. And when he says that, all 5 of them kneel down, and you can see wings sprouting from behind their backs as they fold up and push down, and this gust of wind shuffles Godfrey's hair back, dust and debris go everywhere as they take off. And Godfrey goes, now, the ones that are going to come out next, I thought maybe it would help some of you to talk to ones that you used to know, or did know, or do know. I don't know how much of everything was told to you all collectively, but a few nights ago, there was a skirmish between the Resistance and Argynvost forces in which some of yours died. And instead of letting them rot or become tools of Strahd, I took them. I put in them the same burning fire that maintains me. And maybe they can give you some closure or idea of what we're about. And he just looks past him, like back to the barrier, and just in groups of like 3 or 4, these people from Kresk are coming out. Every single one of them burning silver eyes. The living on your side, like some of them completely break down and are running to people they know. I would like everybody who is, you know, conscious and wants to make an insight roll against the dead. Man, a couple 16s. That's really good. Man, a 17. What's our final roll? Man, there's a lot of them. A lot of dice going on. What do we got? We got 18,
30.
A 16, 18, a 14, a 30. Fuck, Valgwyn.
Valgwyn has X-ray vision. He sees through them.
Basically. Jesus. I mean, only a 30, not a 31, sir. God.
Get lazy.
Sorry, I don't have expertise in insight, alright? My god.
I mean, you could have rolled a 20. Jeez.
Gosh.
My goodness.
Oh no, I'm having another out-of-body experience.
Well played. That's entertaining. I'm entertained. For all of you get some information. For the most part, the dead seem to still have emotions, self-thought, feelings, and while don't seem to be able to cry, they are comforting to the living. And to Vivi, it doesn't appear to be an act. Seems like even dead, they are themselves. At least, possibly mostly. But there are a few who are obviously uncomfortable with even trying to maintain any kind of relationship with the living because they are dead. And what I mean by that, they're actively telling whoever it is that has come up to them that they need to move on. That they are bound to this place. There's no hope of a life with a body that's decaying, with a heart that doesn't beat. What are the rest of you doing while the families are seemingly reunited here? Oh, one more thing. Godfrey whispers in Valgwyn's ear. After he licks it, of course. Just kidding. Freaks.
I was gonna say, what kind of
It
whisper are we talking about?
Tastes like
Kinda sexy?
dwarf.
Tastes like dead dwarf.
Undead dwarf.
It's just a little extra crispy.
Unfortunately, it does not taste like marshmallows.
That's only Starstone.
Yeah, that's only
And
one
marshmallows.
I gotta go find more Starstone, man. It's a marshmallow.
Oh man, I could be eating marshmallow fluff out of the jar right now.
Ugh, bleh. I could be eating marshmallows though. That would be amazing.
I don't have that. I just have the fluffs now, so limited options.
I don't have either option, unfortunately. There may be some peeps left over from Easter.
Rothon, give me a Constitution saving throw.
I wonder if they're crunchy.
Just a flat roll. Just a flat roll.
Ew.
Constitution saving throw.
Flat roll.
Flat rolls.
Flat roll.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Come on, Rothon, wake up!
The threat of my.
Oh damn!
Oh, okay.
I've got good Constitution. All right.
I know we talked about this before about what your body feels like. I just didn't actually put the things on them, right?
Ooh.
Feels sexy.
Just by his very command, 2 of those are cleared up, and you are awake.
Right. I will start heading towards where I think he is if I can sense it.
He's right next to you. He literally
cool.
walked over to your body, whispered into your ear what it is that he said, and your eyes go ping.
Ooh.
Wait, was Rothund not up in the castle then?
Yeah,
You know what? I
was.
keep thinking he's down here.
No,
Yeah, I
Rothund
was up in the castle.
Rotham's in the castle.
Yeah.
In that case, that's a message. Still happens.
Also, I thought you said you whispered this to Valgwyn, not Rothund.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought.
Yeah, hence the taste of dwarf.
Yeah,
No,
that's why I
I,
made this comment.
I definitely sent the whisper to the correct character.
Well, I was
Okay.
You said
confused.
that- you
Here's
said-
Well, you
right
started right
now.
away. I haven't gotten anything yet.
And I told the correct
wrong
character
with
to make a
whisper.
save.
So basically, Godfrey said this through the tattoo, and you guys, you just said the wrong name. It's fine.
Listen, he's very old, guys, alright? I mean, he might look okay for a dead guy, but my god, he's been around the circle a few times.
Got that
What's
undead
the-
dementia.
I was about
What's
to say,
the
do we
word?
need to do a dimension assessment, to ensure appropriate leadership
The clipboard. Get the clipboard.
capabilities?
Oh man, that cracks me
I
up.
was gonna say, what's the word? Scaroused.
Wow. Wow.
Fefe for dementia, but yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I
So,
mean, I guess
so-
that means my question stands. Do I sense where he's at so I can go there?
no, you do not.
Cool.
But you can ask a question.
True. And I will.
So,
Send it.
he, what's his name? Godfrey, names. Reopens his eyes. What are you guys doing? After the monster romance, apparently.
I'm just watching.
I'm waiting.
Yeah,
for a
Wit is
response.
rocking back and forth on his heels.
Have we
wanted to
met
go talk.
Godfrey?
Yes?
really?
Yeah. Yes.
We would
He's,
recognize him.
Godfrey was ripped out of Valgwyn's body, forced into some
Yeah,
other
during the
dead
ritual
body,
thingy.
and reconstituted back
was
at
weird.
the ritual site.
It's fine.
Yeah.
The first time you met him, he was on fire.
Yeah, it was weird.
You might have been
Yes.
strapped to the table still. I can't
He
remember.
was on
that is true, yeah.
silvery fire at that time.
Okay.
I'm just gonna take a step towards him because I have questions.
Like, hi there, head honcho dude. How do you get released from the oath?
or from like Valwood said something about your service ends when you're released. How do you get released?
You mean like retire from the Knight's Order?
Yes, exactly. Retired. This guy knows. Like push Vivi with excitement because this guy knows.
Yeah, he knows the word retirement. I'm so proud of you. You found the right person, Archie.
Once the main task is done, those that wish to leave can do so. With the
Okay, so
caveat that what you have learned about us can never be shared with others.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
In other words, a non-disclosure agreement. That has no end date.
So what's the main goal then for the order? What's the plan? There was a mention of a plan.
Remove Strahd.
You know what? This is a good plan. We were worried about nothing.
And this oath is only needed so we can come inside of your barrier.
It is multifaceted, mainly to guarantee that you cannot betray the Order.
Oh, what happens?
Any kind of active betrayal will mean that your tattoo explodes.
Lovely.
Keep in mind that is active, knowing betrayal. You must be conscious of it. Not, oh, I forgot this one detail because that was 400 out-of-body experiences days ago.
What does it all entail that we're agreeing to, though?
You don't lie to those of us within the Order. Help the weak, but don't stifle their growth. Don't help them so much that they can't learn to do things for themselves. The Lord's command is law. And evil undead must die.
Is this a decision that needs to be made today?
Preferably, yes.
So I've been asked to go to Berez, and I wish to see what my God has to say to me before I make commitments that I cannot get out of.
Yes, the Morning Lord talked to you
Yes.
through Regier. Don't worry,
Correct.
those tasks are aligned.
I mean, if the Morning Lord talked to you through Regier, that kind of makes sense that things would be aligned. You know, I'm kind of inclined to like do this, and I'm gonna take a step towards Godfrey.
As you take that step, you just hear this cackling laugh as somebody else is coming through the barrier as this cart's being pulled by some really, really, really old dead guys. And this guy in the hunchback, this one
Your
big
tattoo
eye, one
friend.
small eye, hair everywhere, bulbousy nose, goes, "Who are we tatting?"
I'm gonna kind of like lean back and just like pat Vivi on the chest. I don't think we should be so worried about this anymore. And I'm gonna like cut in line at the tattoo place.
And if we die, we become like the rest of you.
If the main task is not done, if Strahd still breathes his cursed air, then yes, better for you to be a tool for us than one against us.
When death comes, I wish to see my parents again, though, and that wouldn't be possible if I became one of these.
With Strahd living, that wouldn't be possible anyway. With the curse in full force, our souls are bound to continuously recycle. The chains must be broken. He walks closer to you, and he reaches out a hand in like a palm up opening, and he goes, "Do you want to see what I see?"
Do I?
That's literally what I asked you.
How?
Grab my hand, and I will share with you the sight of the dead.
I will tentatively take his hand.
As soon as you put your hand in his, he grabs with a strength that does not seem natural, especially for the lithe form that he has. If this was those tall fucking dragonborn that flew across, you'd be like, yeah, this grip makes sense for those big guys, but not him. And as he does this, you just stare into his eye. You cannot help but stare into his eyes. The rest of you who are around see that the mark on Viviana's head begin to burn brightly. And as it does so, it starts to change color from that sun glow to just having a slight silvery, like, sheen almost to it, like looking through bubbles. It's got a kind of like a strange translucent sheen to it. And Viviana, what is happening is for you, you're able to see into the ethereal plane. And you can see that all around that you can't see normally. And you can hear, you can smell, and you can feel it. Just this constant wave of death and decay everywhere. And as you look around, you can see that even as you look down at yourself, at the hands that you two are touching, you can't see Godfrey's physical form. You see a burning silver image, just a flame of fire that seems humanoid in shape, with this chain embedded into it that pulls it down into the ground. And as you see that, you look, and you yourself have a chain embedded into you that's pulled down to the ground. And you look around, and everybody has chains embedded into them, pulling them to the ground, except for Rothund and Valgwyn. But the chains are wrapped very, very tightly around. And as you're paying more attention, you can see that the end of the chain is right at Valgwyn's heart. Doesn't seem to have pierced just yet. But you can see on Valgwyn where that stab mark is. A constant pouring of something fighting against it. And obviously losing. As though at any time that chain will embed itself, and then even Valgwyn will be bound to this place. And then he lets go, and your vision returns back. And you can see there's sweat on Godfrey's head. And he takes deep breaths, and he goes, "So no matter what, the dead cannot ascend. While the curse is in motion, while that creature survives. So yes, better for you to be a tool for us than a tool for him." While you were seeing the ethereal plane, all of the dead that had the silver eyes were all burning silver, as just like he was. But their chains were also burning silver. And their chains had cracks. So now you know.
Yes.
There is no ascension. Not while he lives.
But what is reality after what we've seen at Crest?
I do
Should I
not
just have
know
stayed
what
there?
reality really is, especially for those of you who were apparently raised by shadows. I've never approved of that man's methods for doing things, and even in this I still do not. But, at the very least, you know that I will use you in death as I will in life for that goal.
With him, we would not have died. We would just sleep until it is time.
Which, according to what Valgwin told me, that time is when my beacon is lit. So much rests on the shoulders of Argynvost.
I just nod. I'm not sure I
Arcadia,
completely
since you...
understand, though.
Go ahead, what were you saying?
Just saying, like, I'm not sure I completely understand, though, but...
That's 100% fair. Arcadia, you going up to Crazy Tattoo Guy?
Yeah.
Alright. Where do you want it?
Oh my god, we'd have so much fun sitting here. Where can you put it?
He's gonna get like really close and he's gonna go anyway.
I mean, I'm not usually one to like or doing this in public, but you know, sure, whatever. And then I'm just gonna look kind of like how about the leg? I'm just gonna start taking off my pants and just put a whole leg out there.
Okay. He goes, okay, so do you want like the whole piece?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Okay. And he has you come up onto the cart where there is a chair for you to, or a table for you to lay on, and he has you, prepare yourself as he gets his cart over, and he pulls out this weird, again, this tiny crossbow-like thing, and he puts this needle in there. It's just like this strange tube that comes down, and he starts like pressing on this weird bladder that he starts just keeps going, and this needle inside this tiny crossbow just starts going, and then he gets his little vial, he places on top to where the vial just barely starts dripping down onto the path where that needle keeps going. He goes, yes! And he just starts tattooing. One of the most fun, crazy guys I've ever made. What are the rest of you doing while this is all going on?
I think Wit would have been paying careful attention to the answers given to Archie and Viviana, and then just kind of rocking his heels, waiting for this to be over so he can talk to Godfrey about his sister.
Sure. Rothun shows up out of the barrier.
Hey, princess.
What the fuck happened?
Hey, soldier.
You
What do
passed
you mean,
out.
what the fuck happened?
I remember going to bed, but I thought we were gonna wake up and then continue. And when I woke up, I was in the castle.
What do you mean you remember going to bed, honey? You passed out. Like you and the floor.
Yeah. We got on the cart and I passed out because that was the plan. But I was supposed to wake up. Nobody woke me up until we got to the castle. What the fuck happened?
Oh.
supposed to wake you up?
Well, to be fair, I'm surprised the screaming didn't wake you up. I really don't think this one's on us.
Yeah, we got attacked by the werewolves. By the chain breakers.
You did it.
You
that
You
took
did it.
So disappointed. I'm so disappointed.
That took conscious thought. Okay, if our
Oh.
faces were still on YouTube, you would have seen my brain like smoke come
I
out of
did
my
see
ears.
your brain. You were going.
I'm so disappointed in you.
You had to focus real hard there.
Mhm. Yeah.
They attacked us on the road.
Uh,
Valgwyn did his whatever it's called, and we came here, and then we took you in the castle. And right now we're waiting for everybody to get tattooed so they can go through the barrier.
Ooh. Well, sounds like usual shit for us, I guess. Godfrey, I know you're the one that called for me, so what is it you need exactly?
And we all need to have a conversation, and I'd rather I only have it once. So, whenever Arcadia's tattoo gets done, we'll go inside and talk. Not sure Viviana will be joining us or not. They are still deciding.
I will.
Okay.
Family.
Rothund. I need a dice check from you, but I'm not sure which one I want you to give me just yet.
I mean, it's gonna be a disadvantage.
Yeah,
I can tell you
it
that.
is. It is. You know what? Give me a perception check, not with your nose at disadvantage.
How you have to specify
Yeah.
which one.
Yeah.
So one of these days, someone's gonna have a foot-based perception check, and then you're really gonna feel silly.
That's
Oh,
just
shit.
tremor sense.
Oh.
Jeepers.
I rolled really good though, so you
You
know.
really did.
Yeah, you did.
Nice.
Rothund, it's. I mean, you just woke up. You got the message. You just woke up. You came out here. You're trying to gather yourself, and you're like, man, I feel really, really light. You're like, that's weird. You look down, and you're not wearing armor.
Does someone want to explain this one to me? And I'm just gonna be gesturing to my body. What happened here?
Well,
It went poof.
I think your mama and your daddy got involved. I don't know what happened between then and now, but you probably had some partial responsibility. At least there were a couple of those scars in there.
I mean, the armor that I'm usually
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, by the way, Rothund is bare-chested. Bare-chested
Yeah.
right now. And there are scabbed over wounds of circles that are about the size of a $50. They are in pairs of 3, like a triangle, on each pectoral, and then right at the belly button. And as he's like doing this gesturing, you can see there are on the shoulders. There's these strange marks.
That's not something that happened in our witness. At least, not that I saw.
Well, it broke when he came back through the barrier.
Oh, I thought he was still wearing it.
It did break,
falling off.
and Trix, you did carry him with it sort of on him still.
Wow. I don't know where it went. It was on you when I put you in the castle.
That's probably not a good thing.
That you'd lost your armor? The armor that you never could shower without? Or couldn't take off? That you took from your dead friend?
Yeah. I really hope it's not just like doing something or
Doing something? Why would your armor be doing something without you in it, Rothan?
Hang on. More importantly, what's your armor doing?
Wow.
Wow.
Write that down, write that down.
Don't write that down, because if it's not Rothan's armor, we fight!
Oh, come on. That was too good. Too good not to do there.
Oh, God.
So good.
Well, I guess we have more to talk about inside, because...
Rothan. Have you been wearing sentient armor this entire time and didn't tell us?
I don't know if it's sentient, but it's definitely strange.
Did the
fact
armor
that you-
talk to you?
I'd never tried, so I guess that's a point of
This isn't Waterdeep. They
don't
don't.
ask, don't tell.
This campaign doesn't try to talk to everything. Adam.
That's fair.
It's the wrong campaign.
You have at least 3 of us that are constantly confused in the John Travolta sense.
Oh. So your armor has potentially walked off and is doing something nefarious without your consent. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, what I'm understanding is it got really damaged, and so it's hopefully not trying to repair itself in the way that I'm thinking it might be trying to do.
How does it repair itself, Rothan?
I'm not sure. I just know some things about it, and this is why I say we should go back inside and have the conversation.
How do you suspect it repairs itself?
Okay.
Like I said, let's have that in the
walk
barrier.
Cross the. Wit's gonna start pushing on him and just get in the. Just get over the line. Just what are you talking about? Push
Yeah,
like
I'll go
come on, grab it like whoever's come on.
This
the
is
hell are
all
you talking
taking
about?
an earshot with everyone, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Wit is not
Oh, yeah.
quiet. Wit is not quiet.
Yeah. This is
Rothan's
all
never
happening.
quiet.
Yeah.
I shove Rothan with Wit and step over the line.
Do we need Valguin? Valguin's our armor expert. Is he gonna know why your armor is gonna be suddenly eating people or something?
It's possible.
Valguin!
Did you just say that your armor's going
Shove
to
my
be
head out of the
eating
barrier.
people?
Valguin, Rose armor.
I didn't say that. I said Valguin might know what's going on with it.
Rothan needs you.
I've not seen your armor.
Siobhan, come punch him.
I've been trying not to.
I don't understand why you're curbing the impulse. He's naked now. It'll hurt worse.
How do you suspect that your armor's repairing itself?
So the armor was interesting, and that it would take its toll every morning on me, you know, for the added benefits that it gave me. It was a give and trade system. It was worth it, but it could be using someone or something in the way that it was using me in order to repair itself, which is not a good thing.
What did it take from you, Rothan?
You know, just some blood.
Blood.
Yeah, you know, life force, energy, whatever you want to call it.
This wasn't told to us beforehand.
It was just a me and the armor thing.
So your armor could possibly be taking blood from people in our safe haven that we just got back after we previously got kicked out of.
Portia.
Well, I wasn't the
That
one that
wasn't
was.
pushing him. That was totally what
Now, Now, you said last blood or life essence. There is a difference, especially considering there's a lot of undead around here that maybe don't have blood. So is this thing like sucking essence from one of the revenants? Or has it gone to go look for... Why is it moving? How is it moving?
I don't know if it can move on its own. I've never seen it do this. It's gone, and I don't know how. And apparently none of you do. So I'm just saying maybe it can do things that I didn't know it could do.
We just start heading towards the castle to go to Rothan's room to see if the stupid armor's in his room. And I'm looking for it as I go.
Okay.
I'm gonna go look. I do tell everybody I'm gonna go look.
I will help her. Please let me know if as soon as anybody's done. I want Godfrey's meeting to happen right away, and I will, like, I'll hybrid form it up and fly up within the barrier, so if I can see that some sort of red shit moving on the ground by itself or some creepy shit like that.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, Wit, give me a perception check. Whereas Tricks, I'm gonna need a investigation roll.
Perception check. Oh, God, I don't even think I can save that with magical guidance. Wait, maybe I can. Hold on, do I get to re-roll or do I just add shit? I'm mixing my characters. Warcaster, Fey Touch, Mythical Feat, 20 feats. What's happening? Mana Magic. Magical Guidance.
You get to re-roll here. Artificer
let's do
adds.
Artificer adds. Thank you. Let's do that. God fucking damn it.
You know,
Well,
it's
it's
slightly better.
one more.
One more.
It could be the difference. I mean, it's armor. How hard can armor
How
that moves on
hard
its own?
I just have, I don't know why, in my head it's
And it
got
has no
arms.
legs. It's half
It's
plate,
got
so
arms,
it's just.
like
It's a crowd. Oh my
I'm gonna
gosh,
have
I found
nightmares
the
about
frog.
that later.
I found Bellery's frog.
Oh my god, I found Bellery's frog! No!
I mean, it is half plate, so there's no leggings to it. So it is just arms and a chest piece going. Doo. Yeah.
Oh, not even. It's not even like upright, like the Fresno Nightcrawler. It's like dragging itself in my brain for some reason.
Disgusting.
Yes, it is disgusting. I don't like it.
At least I still have my pants on. So, you know.
Are they
lime-
lime green?
They
Because
look
if
the
not,
lime
I don't
green?
care.
I got
Exactly.
rid of those a long time ago, alright?
And I don't
That's rude.
care.
Yeah.
Wit wouldn't know about the lime green pants. Never mind. No, so he really
Still,
doesn't
it's
care,
rules.
actually.
Yeah,
So
there
he
you
really
go.
doesn't
See?
care.
Yeah.
Poor Bellery.
I don't think I know about them. Wait. I don't remember. Doesn't matter.
No, I don't think Siobhan would
Nope.
either.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think it was right before we left to go to Baba Yaga and all that stuff. It was the last time I had green pants. I think it was right before we left. when
I
got
thought
rid of
you
those.
lost them when when you guys got kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that
We
was
were in prison
way
with
before.
Strahd.
It was
Yeah, I
that
think that's
far
when you
back?
lost your pants.
That was the original pair, but remember when we went to Argynvost after that, they gave me new clothes and you guys insisted I got
Oh, they were
pants.
lime
So-
green.
so-
I
but
they
then-
blended
Yeah.
into two lines. I thought it was just one.
Yeah.
That means we can find you new ones. Whit'll find
If
it for you.
Episdoe are
Don't
here,
worry.
it's fine.
These will be like the Fresno Nightcrawler just walking around. Walking around Argynvost looking for you.
Oh my god.
I'm surprised
like to
nobody
think-
suggested purple though. You know, since the whole growing thing.
Oh my gosh.
But the lime green are just
Purple, but it's got to
Tradition.
have like a little green on the back end,
Lovely.
for the leaves. Oh lord. Is a window open?
In that case, Valgwyn, you are not going through the barrier. Because you, with your passive perception being what it is, you would know, you would be able to hear that that person is not doing anything about it at this time.
We're vague, so none of us know what's going on.
I don't know what's
Because the
going on.
rest of you went through the barrier to talk about half-naked Rothund armor. Except for Arcadia, who has talked to the crazy guy as she's getting tatted.
Mhm.
Making friends.
She's definitely made a friend. It's just, it's a light piece. It's going to take some time. Let's see. Wit with a 12, tricks with a 16. Cool. So Wit, from your bird's eye view, looking for crazy red armor monster, potentially consuming people by the tens of thousands to repair itself, you do not see. What you do see is the castle in of itself, seemingly 100% repaired. The dragon statue repaired. Off to the left, there are dead in in synchronized training swings. The grounds themselves seem to have been can't think of the word I'm looking for, but they have grown. You can see where there are signs of fresh cut trees, as though the barrier now is massive in comparison to what was before. What was before was this big. Now we're this big. We've more than doubled our real estate. So the amount of landscape now. So that barrier went into where there was force. There's no longer force. There's active piles of logs. As you're staring at the castle itself, to the right from your bird's eye view, you can see smoke coming out of the forge, and you can see the forge is aglow. There are short people all around it doing something. Closer to the main pathway to your right, there are active small buildings being constructed. They're adding stuff. But as far you do see some of your kinfolk flying around and landed and perched on different tops of the castle rooftop. You can see that the gargoyles that you thought were decoration around the castle all have burning silver eyes, and strangely, according to your perspective, seem to just be constantly following you. But otherwise, as far as, giant crazy red thing just slaughtering people by the dozens, no sign of red armor.
I'm assuming I see Bob on the roof, kind of
Which
keeping
one?
watch. Bob the Third.
No, not Bob the Third.
Is it Junior? I always get Bob the Third and Junior mixed up.
Bobby Jean is there.
Bobby Jean. Okay. I will let Bobby Jean know through Caw Raven speak, or if I can get kind of up close. I will let them know that I'm looking for if there is any report anywhere of anyone seeing any suspicious red armor or armor moving on its own, to please immediately let myself or one of my compatriots know, and also don't touch any red sentient moving armor. Quit panicking, Billie Jean. You all
Give
Bobby
me
Jean,
a
you are always
perception check. No,
Okay.
persuasion roll. Persuasion troll. Trix, you go into Rothun's room. There's no armor.
Really struggling with these rolls today.
There's no armor. None. Zero. Nada. Zilche. I mean, you're fairly certain when you tossed him down, he had armor on, right? It wasn't just his strangely half-naked, bloody body.
Okay, so do I remember if he had armor on when I tossed him in his room?
Give me a history roll.
Chris is on fire today.
I mean, you're fairly. I mean, it was just like a couple hours ago. You're fairly certain there was armor on. There's no way Rothun's skin is that hard.
Okay.
Just his head.
So, man. In the tattoo, I say, so Rothun's armor isn't in his room.
I don't see it anywhere on grounds either. I haven't gone in any buildings, but just from the cursory view, I don't see it out here.
No armor.
I'm heading back out. Sounds
Okay.
like something we might be dealing with at a later point. And I will veer back out to where the others are.
As I come out of the castle, do I pass the Vistani that are like in that main hall that were there earlier?
Yeah.
So I stop and I ask them if they've seen anybody take red armor, or have you seen anybody take red, or by the gods, red armor walking around by itself?
How do you get a bit
Or is
touched,
anybody-
Wade? How do you get a bit touched? Armor walking by itself. That's like the
Well-
things out of storybooks and wee little monster things.
I was told it was a possibility, so I'm just making sure it's not out here eating people.
Ah. Armor. On its own, walking about these place. As though the dead aren't touchy enough about things walking around. You think if there was something like that, the dead wouldn't be all up in a panic and fighting it. Lord knows their mommy and daddy are back. Everything's all like, woo, around here now.
Everything's all... What do you mean by woo?
They're all a mite touch, lass. Not all quite there. You know, missing more than just a brain cell. Their entire brains are rotted away. Can't have much of a thought with an empty skull. And that's who's leading them. And for whatever reason, us. We make bombs. Things go boom.
Boom? And I just kind of
Yes.
get really intrigued for a second.
Well, careful now, lass. Do you want to lose a hand?
Not in particular. Well, if you happen to see any walking armor around, will you let me know?
She's crazy. Have you had a bit to drink? Walking
I haven't
armor. Things
had
these. You got all
anything to
Walking Dead. I've heard about Walking Armor.
You don't-
Storybooks. Stories.
We live in Barovia. Is there anything that... I've seen a lot. I mean, anything's possible.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. But have you seen what's beyond the mists?
Not 100%. I've seen where the mist has thinned.
This individual talking to you gets real close and he goes, then you haven't seen a lot.
I'm aware.
Walking Armor, we'll let you know.
I head back. I just sigh. I try really hard not to be mean to Vistani or werewolves or were-ravens. So I just take a breath and keep all my comments in my mouth.
Personal growth. We're so proud of you. It's not there, but he's proud of you.
For team who is outside the barrier, Valgwin, you would have heard Viviana telling Godfrey that she is wanting to wait at least until after whatever the Morning Lord has requested of them in Berez. To which Godfrey replied that he understands. However, since he cannot, without that tattoo, know that she is or is not working for the enemy, no plans will ever be discussed with her by any that bear the mark. However, since the message of the Morning Lord came through Lord Regier, the Order will help with that task and only answer things in relation to it. To which you would see Viviana acquiesce to that and begin casting a distance away that spell that you've seen her cast once before.
Good enough for now.
Okay. It takes old tattoo boy a couple hours to do Arcadia's tattoo for stage 1. Remember, as you guys get further and further in, you got to sit for longer and longer to get more. But Arcadia, welcome to the crazy family. You're now, branded for life. I know you're super excited. I can tell. You can hear it in your voice.
The tears of joy streaming down your face.
I was muted.
Yes.
We could sense it in the ether.
I thought of a question that I don't really want to ask, but I feel like it's necessary. Is my backpack still on me and intact?
No.
Cool.
Arcadia, there is the item in question in your inventory, and also we Toad's talked about this. I need to how do I identify? Where is identify? Right click on it, maybe? Identify. Now you know what your spear does, because we talked about this and I Toad's forgot until now. You have the blood spear.
Nice.
Super cool.
So bloody.
But you've got you're tatted up. He puts a bit of some sort of probably some kind of fat or something on it to give it some kind of moisture barrier, and sends you on your way and goes next. As he starts the next person.
I'm gonna look down at my crotch, obviously, because towards the leg, and think about Trix and be like, "Hey, beautiful, how you doing?"
Oh no.
At 100% works. It's the only reason she got the tattoo. Can we all just be real right here? That's the only reason Arcadia got this tattoo. Everything else was all meh.
Yep.
The ability to talk to Trix whenever and however I want to.
It's not her have her not think it's Aunt Lola.
And whenever Trix talks to her, she gets a
Everybody
whisper in her ear. So
She's whispering sweet nothings.
mm-hmm.
Hot. Oh man, Valgwyn, don't think I won't make that happen because that's hilarious. Oh, my thoughts about random NPCs joining in.
I know.
That's fun for me. All right. Well, I mean, Godfrey looks around at the couple that are still out here and goes, "Well, so those of us who joined, go and have a conversation." Things to discuss, plans to make, the next leg of your journey to point you to. Unfortunately, Viviana will not be joining us at this time. Well, let's go. And he just walks through the barrier. And then he sends a message to those who aren't here, summoning you to the war room.
Get the summon to the war room. How far am I from the barrier?
I mean, your search takes a minute. Like, you and Wit kind of, Wit flying around looking for things, talking to the bird, you going in looking for things. So the summons is probably at the time you're having that conversation with the Vistani.
Okay.
And then you get a whisper in your ear, and then the summons.
And Wit hadn't, because Wit had turned out to the group, so he hadn't made it out back yet. He's just gonna flip around and head back in.
Yeah, I don't think time-wise you would have made it back just yet.
Cool. Okay, so he'll veer around and
Sure.
I head on up
pick
to the
a
war
window
room
and fly in.
wait.
Eventually all of you except for Viviana.
As we were walking, be like, wait, level 1, I get to go to the war room?
What do you mean level 1? As in the level of the tattoo?
Yeah, I thought this was like just the entry symbol, not like the war room like entry.
No,
Granting symbol.
By taking the tattoo, you agree to the terms and stipulations of receiving as such.
So does that mean like everybody, like all the 50 people who are coming after me are gonna come to the war room too?
The ones that are skilled enough for it, yes.
Oh. I'm just gonna like skip along and ask Godfrey a lot of annoying questions.
Sure. What annoying questions you can ask me? Go ahead.
Does your hair still grow?
No, it does not.
Do you get haircuts anyway?
Nope, I sure don't. Vladimir likes it this length. It's been perfect for years.
Who's Vladimir, do tell?
That would be my husband, who currently resides within Trix's sword.
So is this like a polycule type thing then? Does Trix have to watch since it's Trix's sword?
Trix have to watch what?
Well, I suppose that answers that question. Physical relations a little hard with the sword there?
Physical relations would be hard when you're dead.
That's disappointing.
Indeed. Now you know why we burn with hatred for eternity and want to kill Strahd.
Things are starting to make sense for this whole organization that you've got going on here.
Yes, we're all just full of pent-up sexual energy, with no way to distribute it.
Is that thing on top of the castle alive? Isn't there like gargoyles or something up there? Is that what you said earlier?
The gargoyles are animated.
What does that mean?
That means should you decide to attack or be a traitor, they will come to life and attack you and rip you to shreds.
Like, is it an automatic thing, or do you command them?
I
bet
do
you
not
would.
command the castle. I'm not the lord of it. Even I must
Only
follow the
the lord.
rules.
What happens if you break the rules? Do you get a timeout?
I would imagine that should that happen, my soul would be forfeit, and I would burn for what remains of my hatred. Or my personality would be removed, and I'd be mindless, but still useful to the Order in some way.
Like, which is your ideal outcome there? Would you rather just be burning for eternity or be mindless and be useful?
He stops, turns to look at you. Throughout this whole conversation, the first time he's actually going to stop and look at you. And he just kind of gets real close and he goes, I'd rather be free than burn.
So you'd rather be mindless?
Mindless isn't free, child.
So you hate both of those options. I'm starting to understand you a little bit better now. And I'm just going to keep walking.
Going up the stairs to the 3rd floor to the war room, which the doors open up as there are dead inside who open it. Long table. Godfrey sits at the far end, so as the doors open, long table in the center. He sits at the opposite end, facing the door. In the center of the table, there is a kind of animated map. And as he goes in, he goes, "Huh, that's interesting. The map updated." And he gestures to where Castle Ravenloft is, as there's a big splosh of red mist surrounding it. And he goes, well, we knew about that, but now the map itself changed to reflect it. Interesting. He sits down at the table, and as the rest of you come in, sitting wherever you would like, a raven flies in and lands on his shoulder and begins to crow. And Godfrey is actively listening, nodding, before the bird takes off again. I will send you what the raven said. Good point. Let me send this to you as well. Good point. Thank you for the reminder.
Just a clarifying question for me now that I thought about it. With the amount of sleep that I got, did I remove one more, or is it just the 2 that's from being woken up?
Just the 2.
Okay.
Just the 2. Really, it was your sleep did 1 and he did 1. We just combined them into the 2. So technically, yes, you got a long rest in between all the travel, the nights, the quick travel, and now you got about a long rest. You still feel like absolute shit.
Yeah.
But,
and I still don't have access to those abilities that I
correct.
use, but
Correct.
good enough.
This is what the raven said. Wits, give me an active perception check, please, because I feel like you'd have been eyeballing this pretty hard.
Yeah. Good fucking... No. I'm annoyed.
No?
No. No. No.
No.
No. No.
No.
No.
No.
Okay.
Better.
Better.
Butter?
Better.
Yes.
Make sure you're consuming your sorcery points. I don't think that's
Uh,
auto doing it. I think you've used
No,
2.
I don't think it is. Yeah, I've used 2.
Mhm.
Yes.
It doesn't.
Wit. As now, you didn't notice when this particular raven flew in, but you did when it flew out. Its eyes were burning silver.
Who was it? Do I recognize them?
You know what? With a 25, I will give you a chance.
This is Jinx. I'm just saying.
Wow.
Because I'm like
Wouldn't
wondering,
that
like,
be
would I
something?
recognize them, and would I recognize, like, would something be different other than the eyes? Like, can I tell if they're, dead?
What do I want to make you roll? Give me an investigation roll. It was very quick, so give me an investigation roll.
The dice are just saying no today. That's okay. Or at least low. They're saying low today.
Is that the number you want to keep?
You know what?
It's your
Who
choice.
needs-
It's your choice if you want
Who-
to keep it or
I
not.
want to know, Adam. I am
Listen.
a curious bitch.
If you think 13's good, keep it. I'm just asking you before I give you
No.
information.
She wants
No.
better than 13.
I don't like it.
I curse you with a natural 1.
Nope.
No,
Now I have
can you imagine?
111 sorcery points. Hold on. Let me fix that. Now I have 110. It's just going up. Oh, God. There we go. Woo! Okay. What was it? Investigation? Okay.
Yes.
There we go.
Dice says 13.
13 it is.
Fuck you today. Oh,
I will
rolled
tell
two.
you that you do not know who it is. But what I will tell you is that you have an inkling that it was somebody within the immediate family. Not one of the outer families that is just part of the kindness, but one of the immediate families. In other words,
So like
a
the
Mardukov.
Mardukov.
Yes. You don't know who or what, but none of you have silver burning eyes. The only time you've seen silver burning eyes is in dead guys. Most recent dead people.
Okay.
So you just take that. You have that.
Okay. What if I hear that though, and Godfrey is being told this information as that rest of that is registering? It will also say, was that the pack that we were sent out to try and recruit? Did you just eliminate the allies you sent us out to collect?
What language are you saying that in?
I'm saying this in common.
Okay, so you're
I'm
just
saying it out loud. It's like a
sure.
response to, and he's not hybrid anymore, so I imagine
Okay.
squawk language is not in his capability right now.
Okay. What do you mean?
Is the bird gone? Like, did it land, squawk, and then
So
leave?
yes, your checks were like, again, you didn't see the eyes until it was flying leaving.
Out. Okay. So,
Yes.
okay, so the bird is like out, gone.
Bird's gone.
I need to check on who that was, but they said that the werewolves have been dealt with, that werewolves were following us and they'd been dealt with. We'd been sent out to recruit the chain, I wanted to say bangers just for you, but chain breakers, and they had been following us earlier, and if they've been eliminated, does that mean that the werewolves we recruited have been eliminated?
Possibly. However, my understanding is they attacked you all in the
Just did a little mistake.
crossroads. Oh,
Just a little mistake.
a little mistake that ended in some tools being useless, and we were supposed to just let that slide. No, when a dog bites, you put it down.
When a dog bites, you train it better. Like, a dog still has use in a fight.
We don't have time for that.
This was I mean, for us, it was. I'm not saying anything, but it was a direct order from Bragier. I mean,
Listen, the ones that followed you are the ones that were put down. I don't know what group they were part of. I told the 5 Dragonborn to make sure you weren't followed, and if you were, they judged it to be a threat, eliminate it. We are on a time frame. I do not have time for caution. There's a lot to do and very little time left to do it. So whether or not they were allies, or they were the ones that attacked you or not, they had blood on their muzzles, and were in seemingly active pursuit. That's enough. The Guardians made their call.
I'll check with Viviana, see what kind of casualties we got later.
As that is said, 2 more people come in to join inside the meeting. Esmeralda and Adrian.
I'll go up and greet Adrian before I sit back down for the rest of the meeting.
He gives you a hug and he whispers something to you.
Oh, I absolutely hug.
Well, you know, that's going on. I'm literally going to say this out loud. I know this is probably not the right time, but could I go put a shirt on before we talk?
Wow, you look so pretty.
I mean, he might poke an eye out with those things, so.
That's true, and they are kind of at eye level for a lot of y'all.
Arcadia's
It's
gonna look
above
over
eye
and go,
level for most of you, actually, but, you know.
Hey, soldier, how you doing?
Oh, you know what? Sure, Rothund. We've only been waiting 10 days for you guys to... 11 days for you guys to get back. What's a few more minutes for you? You know what? In fact, does anybody need to take a tinkle? Need a little bathroom break? Before we have a little sit-down conversation? Or is it too much for you just to sit down and do what you're told?
Question?
Sure, go get a shirt.
Just sit over here.
Hey, we're gonna take a bathroom break.
Yay!
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Kool-Aid. So now that my joke's over, yeah, Rothan, you can, of course, get a shirt.
It sounded like you really didn't want me to, so I'm sitting in the corner.
I feel like that was just a strange ghost thing that took over me at that particular moment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since we are all here and Rothan's gonna stay shirtless, let's go over some things. So apparently you all have been to Kresk and found that my brother Alec, not to be exactly what he projected himself to be, apparently is somehow connected to the shadowy entity that was released from the Amber Temple in order to save Jinx. And now, because of that, he can't walk freely any longer, which is why the shadows that were there are gone. There's a massive army underground there that want to destroy all undead. And they have some of Regier's kin in there as well. And they have the audacity to call themselves Dragoons. Dragon in the name. Not sure that my lord will appreciate that, but it being what it is, supposedly the fires of the beacon will be the trigger for them to march, and hopefully they help us kill Strahd before they kill us. Is kind of what my understanding through the tattoo has been. Do any of you have different opinions on this?
I mean, that's about the summary. They seem to have dragons down there as well, not just their dragoons. And they were missing one.
Right. So as soon as we light the fiery beacons, then army is going to pour forth from Kresk and probably be against us. Hopefully not. Or if they are, hopefully not until after Strahd has been dealt with. Interesting. And I'm not sure how much of the information was passed on to all of you, but you've been missing for about a week. So whatever is keeping those people alive has to do with time, which is interesting to me because I thought that was my lord's domain. Some mysteries there still, I believe, that even I do not have answers for. While you've been gone, through Esmeralda, we have been able to gain some allies with the ones who no longer call themselves Vistani. Ones who have forsaken the ability to travel through the mists any longer in order to help us, join us, and hopefully being able to allow free passage through such things at the minimum or completely tear them down. They have a knowledge and skill set that, frankly, those of us in Barovia just do not. They can mix and concoct things together that are exceedingly dangerous and quite volatile, explosive in nature. And very light and easy to deliver said explosive device. So that should be interesting on the battlefield at least. Unfortunately, of course, there is no way to shield allies from enemies from such a blast radius. When they explode, much like that mask that tore almost the entirety of our castle apart, everything will become a casualty in its radius. But they are concocting other things, because apparently you living folk, and those of you who aren't blessed with the Raven's Wing, need help to fix cuts and scrapes upon your flesh. Such concoctions will soon be available.
Shit.
Potions of things will be usable, though I do not know as to their strength and of any potential addictive side effects that may or may not be there. It will at
Sorry.
least help you press on, I hope. I will tell you, as he looks over to Valgorn, they don't work on the dead. These things, unfortunately, are for the living. We have also made some small allies within the city of Valaki, strange as it is. Apparently, there are some there who remember when some of their crew were there last. And there are still some who fight against, albeit not overtly, but fight against the Lady Watcher of that town. Even the barbarian hunters of the forest have shown interest in actually fighting against Strahd and his minions. While the pickings in of itself are slim within the landscape of Barovia, there are some things that still need to be done. And then he will kind of just glance around at all of you. And at this point, he looks over to names to Adrian, who at this point kind of goes, "Yes, well, the Ravens have been busy. We have lost a few, but we have made connection with the rat folk, and we're able to get some information about the castle Ravenloft before that barrier came up. I will let you all know now that that barrier surrounds the entirety of Ravenloft grounds, the mount itself, not just the castle. And from what we can find while flying around it, there is but one entrance, the main gate, which is guarded and everyone is inspected. Sneaking through there was impossible. So what knowledge we have is before the mist came up. Again, remember that. the plans that you all found and added to this strange map here that Godfrey and Argynvost have are of the castle, I guessed, multiple turns of the wheel ago, as Strahd has made changes since its inception. But there does appear, at least, from how the rat folk were able to get in, is if you can get into the dungeon of the castle and you happen to find yourself in the cells on the east wing, the stones of the back left cage shift and move, and the path takes you to the tomb of his ancestors. That could be a way in or out in case of emergency that was still viable. Every other place that was on the old map has been sealed up, or warded, or walled of some kind. Their planning for the wedding is in full force. They have quite a few guests that appear to be from outside of Barovia, just based on what they were wearing. But none of them looked on our side. They all looked like nobles who forgot to move on with the times, though. Or they changed their way of dress to match Strahd's. Either or. From what we were able to gather, there has not been a sighting of Lulu herself in some time. At least not in humanoid form. It is suspected that she's been turned into a raven. I'm right now getting through the mist is going to be the most difficult part. Going through the main gate, they were searching people. Any sort of arms of armament were to be removed. So I'm not sure how we're going to storm the castle, as it were. As he says that, Esmeralda speaks up. Well, don't you ruffle your feathers. Just because I'm not blessed anymore doesn't mean my wagon isn't. I can't take the entirety of the army, but a few through should be fine. I can't guarantee a way out, but the magic should hold for a way in. Whenever we're ready. At the worst case, you leave your arms and armament in the wagon itself, and you all stroll through the main gate because you were invited. It would look weird for you not to. And then we just meet up somewhere well, for you guys to get... And she has this grin on her face. Properly dressed. And as she says that, Godfrey speaks up. To that point, you all will need wedding attire to getting into the place. As they have said, arms and armament are not exactly wedding attire, so you will be fitted with suits and dresses if that is to your inclination. But appropriate attire to get in, blend in, if that is the route we end up needing to go. I know that some of you were friends of Lulu. And I truly think that for you to not walk through the front gate would set off more alarms. But we're not there just yet. There are multiple things still left to do. And hopefully we'll potentially find another way in, though I don't see us getting one. I do not know when Misery or Roger will awake. I do know that they placed upon us this barrier with the stipulation of the mark being the only way in or out. So we are hopefully safe here. It's not to say that we are 100%. The castle's defenses are activated. You should have noticed the gargoyles were more aware. The castle guardian, the statue in the front, seemingly repaired. And the dead that Misery brought back, some of them were of ancient dwarfish in nature. And they have relit the fires of the forge in Valgrin's absence. And have started making wonderful things. We will, since they don't need to rest or eat or breathe, we should be able to arm and armor everyone with something. And if we're able to get the beacon lit, maybe that will help as well. I know that the Morning Lord sent a message through Regia. And I know that some of you are at least fond of Viviana. But let me make this perfectly clear now. She is not part of the Order, and so anything discussed here is not privy to her. I cannot know that she's not working for Strahd if I cannot tap into that mark. Strahd's influence can't abide the silver flame. It burns out. However, I did let her know that as far as her quest to the ruins of Berez, the Order will help. Before my lord went into his sleep, he did let me know that there was some sort of test for the ones scarred by light, and that should they pass, that would be a great boon for us. I don't know what that test is. I do not know what it entails. But I will use anything to bring Strahd down. While you all were missing for your time, we lost contact with Jinx. At Tesser Falls, according to reports from her and the collaborators who were less embellished in their reports, if you're able to hold your breath long enough and survive the frigid swim down, there is a cave structure. And even then you must continue to swim before it opens up into an underground lake where there is a city. A city in stone. And she was so fascinated with that city, I don't know what became of her. But she was sent for the book, as we still need the Mad Mage to be on our side. And a mage without his book is useless. Now, the dead are good at a lot of things and bad at a lot of things. And so after Berez, you all will go to Tesser Falls. If you can find Jinx, after you strangle the life out of her for me, get some information as to where the book may or may not be. She has made the kindness worry an awful lot, which makes their information gathering not what it needs to be. I do not know what's in the city. We lost contact shortly thereafter of that. You all are some kind of gifted in ways that I'm not. So perhaps the water won't mean so much to you. But I would just be cautious and prepared. After you get the book and Jinx, whether dead or alive, return back here. If Viviana is willing to go with you to Tesser Falls, allow her to do so, assuming she survives her task. After all, it's been no secret we were looking for a book. But anything else about our plans, till she takes the brand, cannot be shared. The Mutt and the Mad Mage will have to wait. The order from Regier through the Morning Lord unfortunately takes precedence even over finding Jinx in the book. But only just barely. So go to Perez, help Viviana with whatever they need to do with the Sun God. And go to Tesser Falls. Find Jinx. Find the book. Even if you don't find Jinx, find the book. And I'm sure you'll find something. And again, if she's not dead, strangle her for me. Just don't kill her.
Not till I get her back to the castle.
That's correct. Not until she's back to the castle. Punish her as you see fit. Still useful, though. Do you all have any questions for me? No, taking the tattoo 1,000 questions. Being told to go on to your death to potentially for these couple of quests. No, it's all good, Godfrey. No problem. A-okay. Such good little soldiers.
Do you know how long Rogier is going to be asleep for?
I do not. What I do know, and this does not leave this room, he is absorbing the energies from the other dragons that were embedded inside the amber egg, which has become his heart. In a sense, in my estimation, that will basically turn him into a god. We're close enough to it. Yes, newest member, Arcadia.
Thank you, Castle Daddy. What does the book look like?
What does a book look like?
What does the book that we're going after look like?
I have no idea.
That is super helpful. Thank you so much, Castle Daddy.
Should be a fairly large tome of arcane spells. Hey, maybe when you open it, it'll be signed by the Half-Blood Prince or something.
I heard of that guy. Greasy hair.
I don't know what that
Do you
is.
happen to know anything about how Jinxie got through the water and through that cold?
I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Not a clue other than the fact that she was like, oh, look, something undiscovered. I suddenly have supernatural powers because my patron is this crazy guy.
Yeah, she does this sometimes. Especially when it comes to hiding snacks. Did she check in once she
Talked
got...
so fast at times it was impossible to understand her.
Yeah, it takes practice. It's all right.
Yeah, I don't speak
did she-
Jinxonese.
Did she check in once she had made it through? At what point was contact lost? Above water? Below water?
She made it into the city. Otherwise, I would not have known
Okay.
anything about the Stone City. She was more enthralled with the Stone City than anything else. I do not know if there was anything alive, any creatures. I know nothing about it other than lake under the ground, city made out of stone, no
So-
contact.
That city is not underwater. For some reason, that's what I was understanding, is that it was a stone city underwater.
My understanding is no. She came out
Okay.
of the lake underwater onto a
good.
beach that had a city embedded in stone.
I'm sure that's real safe. I'm
To
sure
be
it's-
honest, he's gonna go to the map section. If you guys would all like to go to the map section.
Ta-da! Oh, swirly!
Yeah, he said, look, the map updated.
Gotta move Valguin again. Why are you always in the way?
I know that this page is a little weird. Can you see my cursor moving right here?
Ooh.
That's still loading.
Yes. Loading. Okay. I'm in. Yay.
Look at you go!
I'm excited.
Oh, I've been
Where
spelling,
I'm circling,
Zero.
this is Tesser Falls. Can you see a little waterfall image?
spelling that so wrong. Okay.
T-S-E-R. This is Tesser Falls. So he points to this. My hope and my fear is that this city is under, and he points to Castle Ravenloft, here. Which would potentially mean another entry point without having to go through the mists, if that is the case. And if that is the case, then I worry for everyone's safety who goes down there. So when I say be prepared, I mean that. Be at as top of shape as you can be. Be as prepared as you can be. Make sure you have plenty of provisions and things with you. For who knows how long you'll be under there. Hopefully not too long. After all, there's a wedding soon. In 1 month, 16 days, 1 hour, and 41 or so minutes, give or take a few seconds.
Sundial on his wrist.
It would be a
Oh.
sundial in Barovia. Sun.
How do they tell time?
Maybe we quickly head to the ruins of Berez and get that done, come back here and supply up before heading out to this.
That would work as well.
underwater
That will
place.
give Viviana plenty of time to decide to take the mock. And then things could be
doesn't,
freely shared.
It doesn't. That might even make more sense considering Berez is south and Tesser Falls is far in the easterly direction. So
Technically just, hop, skip, and jump, but, tomato, tomato. Technically you could
with
go
Valkyn's,
either way.
Magical.
'Cause this is Berez. I don't know if you
cloud.
guys can see these words or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Argenvost.
a hop down, especially again with Valkyn's fancy flying cloud thing that cuts down that travel time significantly.
I'm going to be 100% honest here, though. With the way I'm feeling, I'm not going to be much use in the ruins. Hopefully, by the time we get to the city, I will be back to top shape. Hence another reason to, go to the ruins, come back to Argos and supply up. Maybe give me some time to get back to tip-top shape.
Yes, I understand you left Barovia. How did you get back and why?
Oh no. You guys didn't brief him on this? Looking at Trix and Val.
We don't know how he got back in. We just know that he got back in.
So I wasn't trying to actually leave. I was kind of pulled out.
Pulled out by what?
Oh no.
What was
Korak.
on the other side that would pull you out? Korax.
Korax. Yeah.
Why does that name sound familiar?
Apparently there's an
no.
army out there.
Yeah, full-on army. He's the son of a Raven Queen, Lulu's father.
Lulu's father.
Yeah.
He was here on another turn of the wheel. That's why that name is familiar.
Interesting guy, for sure.
I mean, to add things to the list, they're waiting for the barrier to come down to also deal with Strahd.
They might not be waiting as long as they originally anticipated if his plan comes to fruition, though. I don't know if you guys heard through the mist or not, but he's going to attempt to use a relative of mine to possibly break the barrier and enter early.
Your relatives have magic to take the barrier down?
Apparently, one of my relatives is quite powerful and is quite tenacious in finding me, so he's planning on using that.
Okay, so just so I'm catching up with everything here that's being kind of just tossed out like breadcrumbs on a trail. You got out of the mist because Lulu's dad was on the other side and pulled you through. How did he get through to pull you through?
No, I stuck my hand out just to see if I could, and then he grabbed my hand and pulled me out.
Okay. And there he is the son of the Queen of Ravens, and they have an army on that side.
Mm-hmm.
What is that army doing? Just waiting for the mist to come down, then come through Barovia, kill all the dead? Kind of like the dragoons? So there's 2 armies I need to be worried about now.
Does Whit know there's a
Potentially.
third, or is that just Rothan?
That's just Rothan who knows the third.
Okay.
Yeah, just me who knows about that one. Potentially, they're sort of busy while waiting.
Busy doing... does anybody have pliers? I need to pull some teeth.
I could
I
hold him
pull out
down.
his tools.
I just hand over a horn guard. Like,
I got a hammer and some tongs.
I got
So-
nothing but fireball. I can get that geared up.
I can punch him a few times.
Rothan, can you be a little bit more forthwith here?
This is true.
I'm
Details.
doing my best here. It's all based on memory, which, by the way, when I was shoved through, kind of fucking difficult, wore a lot out of me.
Linear storytelling, Rothan. Action, reaction, subsequent action, consequence.
So, God damn it, her name has now escaped my mind. I had it there and now it's gone.
Sarastra?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, you're not there! You're not in the meeting! Zip it!
Sarastra's voice in the back of his head going, I was in your head, Rothan, you know who I am!
She's been obliterated. That voice no longer exists. Mute
So
yourself.
sad.
Now he has an Aunt Lola.
So, Sarastra was a agent of the Raven Queen. You know, when she was here, you know, the whole thing with Vecna's hand, yeah, that caused a lot of issues apparently, because now Vecna's forces and the Raven Queen's forces are fighting. So their armies are fighting near Barovia's borders, and then the part of the army that's not fighting them is waiting for the barrier to come down so they can come in here. So the army's kind of busy. It's a lot.
Wait, what? The
Different
queen,
gods are essentially fighting each other's armies right now.
the Raven Queen who hates the dead because they defame the path, is fighting the god of the undead.
Yeah, their armies are fighting, yes.
And this is linked to Sarastra. How? Oh, when she blew up the castle thing and took
Yeah, and she got
the
the
dead
hand.
guy's hand.
Mm-hmm.
You...
This has nothing to do with me. Don't say you when it's not my fault this happened.
Collectively,
You have
this
been withholding
group has made
information.
some really bad decisions.
Well, just as a note, so the Vecna is the god of the undead, so he may not be particularly interested in wiping us out, whereas the Raven Queen might be interested in wiping us out. But he also was very specific about potentially, I mean, he was only interested in Lulu. Right? Do you think he'd, like, leave if they got the daughter back? You
It
talked to him.
sounds like they're gonna kill any undead that they see on their way to save Lulu. Is what it sounded like.
But then if they could just get her, would they be done? Unlike our dragoons who are trying to,
Probably
like...
not.
Oh dear.
I thought that we were okay as long as they could get Lulu and she wasn't dead.
So the beacon lights. Then we have this army of the dragoons who may or may not help us against the armies of Strahd. And then if they do, they're gonna turn on us. Because they're here to kill all the dead. And then that outside the barrier that we hope to control or get rid of in some way, shape, or form is gonna go down, and there's an army of angry grandma god people who want to kill all the dead. And behind that is another army who wants to control all the dead, so Strahd all over again.
Yeah, it's real bad, but we can't
That's-
control any of this shit outside the barrier, so I don't see really a point in worrying about it just yet.
Except you just said that Lulu's
Yeah.
father is going to look for some distant relative of yours who's tenacious and together try to break through the barrier.
It's possible.
Especially
I don't
after
know what they're actually capable, so I don't know if they'll succeed, but they're going to
got
try.
you through the barrier, Rothan.
But that's different from breaking the barrier permanently.
He got you through. Nobody goes through the barrier, Rothan. Nobody.
Right.
And
So-
he got you through.
Do you think that they can break the barrier, just open enough of it for them to get through?
It's definitely probable that Korax and my relative will make it through, but the entire army probably not. That's my opinion.
So an archangel and possibly another or equally powerful creature are going to be joining this 5-army fight. Got it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that movie, it really wasn't good.
What's a movie?
It's
The book was really good, though. The book was fantastic.
The book was fantastic, absolutely. Once it hit the stage play, that director really got ambitious and just spread it out into too many plays and just added too much fan fiction from the book. Really, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That Peter Jackson out of Valaki, he really just likes to embellish stories.
Well, Adrian, we're probably going to need to send some more ravens to the pathway around Kresk to see if you guys can see and maintain eyes on the ones behind there. Meantime, we really need to get our proverbial shit together.
Yeah.
Your brother said something about prophecy.
Did he?
He said something about this time and certain events that needed to occur, and certain ones that were occurring that indicated some potentiality of success.
Do you have more than that? Because I don't deal in prophecy.
I just didn't know if that was something you were familiar with. He had said, oh, this is a session that I actually got to take notes in. He had said that this time around, the werewolves, the fact that the werewolves had been recruited. What else did he say? Something, he said that we need to get the chain breakers in charge of the werewolves, and we need to cure the mad mage. He said those were part of the prophecy this time.
Well, to
He
be
was very
perfectly
cryptic.
blunt, I'm not sure how much stock I would put into prophecy.
It was something about being different. Does anybody else remember better than I did? Something about this being different, or like how different events could occur?
I remember something being said, but, you know,
You know, I
I don't
wasn't
write a lot of
asking
stuff
you,
down.
big guy.
Hey, you said you guys. That means everybody
You
in the
know,
room.
I wanted you to feel included. Oh, and the crystalline beings. He said something about crystalline beings this time.
Ooh.
And that being something to do with it. If we have make friends, he said make friends with the crystalline beings.
I
And why
mean,
do I have-
didn't you
we
all
have-
have those friends inside your brains until they were all ripped out of you?
Absolutely not.
I mean, collectively. I believe Rothan had a brain crystal.
That one did. I don't.
Bellary had a whole heart crystal until it was removed and turned into a bunch of tiny brain crystals.
So the brain crystals are what he was talking about? I don't know.
Yeah,
He
they're
said
full-on
something.
people when they grow up. But yeah.
They grow up.
Don't you you were there when we met you the first time we met you. A crystal
Yeah.
guy showed up, and he took shit from me. You remember that?
No, because I was still a bird upside down in a cage. Okay, I really saw very little of what happened.
Okay, well that happened right in front of you. So
Also, I don't know that comes in. One, I don't remember seeing that. Two, I don't know what these brain gems are. Y'all have seen some shit, all right? And most of us weren't there for it, so I don't know what's happening. Either way, it's information. I don't know if it's useful, but it's something he's keeping an eye on that he says it's important. Also, if we're friends with werewolves and crystal creatures, then maybe they won't be friends with dragoons.
I'm gonna have
The
to
only-
wake up more of the brethren early. Well, I will have to find the other burial sites. You all have enough on your plate for now. Still a lot of reconnaissance to do. Perez return. Hopefully Viviana gets the mark. And then head to Tesser Falls and return, hopefully with a book and a jinx alive for me to strangle to death. After that, we will see what our best next option will be.
I don't know. Well, if Rogier wakes up while we're gone, I'd appreciate the heads up. I came back because I have some words for him.
If that should happen, I will definitely let you know. They went deep into the underside to rest. Place even I cannot get to. Whatever transformations those two are going through, it will be up to us to make sure they have the time necessary to finish them. Or I can only imagine what the... if Strahd isn't the final battle, us fighting against potentially other gods and their armies just after Barovia's free from tyranny.
And don't forget, Strahd will have a god too. I don't remember if we said anything or not.
Oh.
Hopefully, he is less than what he was before. Or maybe Queen Misery can do something about that. After all, she did kind of bitch slap Strahd to oblivion. So perhaps whatever control over the dead he has, maybe she can wrest it from him. At least key figures. A god on our side would be very useful.
It'd be good to be able to wrest control, because she could take control over Lulu and some of his other vampires too. Especially Lulu, if we can eliminate that variable and turn that. Maybe make Daddy a little less angry.
Yep. Not having the Archangel of the Raven Queen against us would be a good thing. All good things to think about and plan for.
I'll look at the rest of the group. How soon are we moving to Perez?
Well, none of you have slept, I'm assuming, since however long it took us to get here. And I no longer have armor, so I may need some time to get some armor.
You should probably just go see the dwarves. I'm sure they'll have something that they can fashion to your size.
Yeah. By the way, if you see some armor, like, crawling around, it might be the armor I'm missing.
Where can I find it earlier?
Yeah,
Right.
anything
Of
you
course,
want to add?
of course you would have armor that crawls around. Why not have armor crawling around randomly in the grounds of Argynvost after you've done everything else to stack the deck against us?
To be fair, I don't know if it can, nor do I know if it is. I just don't know where it is.
And any more information now that we're safely inside the barrier that you want to tell us about this? Like, you got this from your dead friend turned into a vampire by Strahd, and then you proceeded to put it on like that was a good idea.
It was better armor than what I had, and to be fair, it worked really well until it broke, and now I'm not sure what's happening with it.
I knew you were going there. I had to get there first.
I didn't find it earlier, and if it would have came down the stairs, it would have had to go through where the Vistani are, and they didn't see it. They just laughed at me.
And I didn't see it outside.
But if it broke, would it just... I don't even know what the fuck it would do. Like, maybe it's still on me, and I don't know. Just give me a night to think about it.
I mean, you're completely topless with strange holes in your chest. You think it merged inside you and is consuming you from the inside out.
Wrong campaign.
potentially. It did
Seems the correct campaign.
consume.
Oh, my bad.
It did consume something from me every morning, so it is possible.
Oh, eunuch? Snippy Snippy?
No. Just blood, I think.
You think?
So you brought vampiric armor
Yep.
into the... You know, if I wasn't so sure that you were too stupid to be a traitor at this moment, your tattoo would explode. Vampiric armor. Blood. Really, Rothund, we're fighting against vampires and you're wearing armor that does the same thing they do. And you never thought, oh, this could be a bad thing.
Well, it seemed to help me.
Alright,
It's
Rothund,
nice
I
not
have
to be the
homework
one
for
that-
you. You ready? I would like for you to expand your mind and think about things beyond just you. You know what? Let's do this. You and Wit.
Oh,
What
no.
could affect you and Wit? We'll just start one person at a time, and slowly maybe we'll get Argynvost as a whole. Good exercise for you, I believe. Which, you know, might be good. Okay. Army, we're apparently playing a game, and the rules are set against us. Is there any other bit of bad you all would like to share now before we try to make plans to, you know, dig us out of said holes? Or you just want me to continue shoveling dirt and then you'd be like, oh, but this thing later on, and then, oh, but this thing later on, and oh, but this thing later on.
Since I'm not sure what all they've told you while I was asleep, I might as well ask you, have they told you anything about Kazan?
The rest of us don't know who that is,
The
bud.
rest of us don't know who that is.
Apparently, the rest of them have no idea who this Kazan person is.
Red Dragon in the tower, not too far away.
Right, okay. On track so far. You all made some kind of deal with him, otherwise your souls were going to explode. Yes, what about him?
I'm thinking that he's probably the dragon that was missing from, you know, the group that we saw on the ground. And, you know, we might have sent Madame Eva to talk to him and nobody's seen her since.
Well, Esmeralda, apparently we now know where the Madam potentially still is. So the one person that we know who could just read the cards to decide whether or not Alex's prophecies are true or false is a damsel in a tower protected by a dragon. Is that what you're telling me? Old fanciful story of now we need to go save the princess from the dragon in the tower?
Well, if it makes it any better, there's 2 dragons, not just one.
Yes, the story got better.
What if Madame Eva and Kazan have now fallen in love and we are just
We've
disrupting
been
their
there.
happy love nest?
Forever. We've all had different characters except for Valwyn and Rothan since this has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Alvin was like,
Yeah, he
kind
wasn't
of
involved.
with that.
Yeah,
Like,
But
Valor
he
showed up
wasn't.
immediately after.
was
so-
involved.
Mhm.
Right, we
The
will
only
have
other
to,
person is asleep.
We'll have to figure that out. I mean, is she even important, Esmeralda? Do we need her anymore at this time? Is this really a thing? I mean, well, she can read the cards, and Strahd did have some emotional attachment to her. Plus, kind of my mom, so should do something at least. Make sure she's alive at the very minimum.
To be fair, Kazan seems to really hate Strahd, which is a plus for us. And the blue dragon that's also there was very reasonable and tried to help keep the red one in check.
Okay. Why didn't you lead with that, Rothund? A tool against Strahd is something I would have been on board with from the get-go. So why don't you tell me about your experience with this red dragon, besides burning fire in your soul?
Well, the blue one showed up first, thinking we were attacking the tower, so he almost killed my entire group. But then we begged the red dragon for help, and he brought everyone back. In exchange, we had to get some scales from a dragon, hence why we came to Argynvost in the first place.
So you're
Gotcha.
saying that all of this bad karma that's currently on Argynvost is this dragon's fault?
Oh, no.
I don't know if I would put it that way, but you could look at it that way.
Okay. Yep. We will definitely add this to the list of things to be done.
I mean, as
Why
long as you
did-
use the password to get into the tower, then they shouldn't attack you, and you should be able to talk to them.
Well, I'm not gonna be polite.
Why did you take Madame Eva to Kazan in the first place?
Didn't take her there, just told her that Kazan wanted to talk to her, and she was willing to go, and she went.
He wanted to talk to her.
Yep.
Why?
When we told him that she was the one that told us the wheel was broken, and he was very interested in learning more.
So she was the one that told you the wheel was broken in the first place.
Yep.
I just want to put you in one of those chairs that has like the little electrical prods. See if this would make this process faster.
Oh yes, the glyphs of shock and grasp that go off every time.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah,
I understand.
Exactly. And then you can, and the more sophisticated ones, you could like move the shocking grasp around to get different stimulation depending on where and more sensitive bits.
Well,
Wait, are you trying to turn them on?
Well, that's also part of the use of the chair. You can check on the intensity, but you know, in this case, no.
most of the stuff I would have told people a lot sooner, but it's all through memory that I'm having to do this because my notebook that I had back when all this happened was taken from me when I was captured by Strahd.
Have you ever thought about writing things down after that? Because it's been a
Oh,
little
I
while.
have been. It's just, I don't have the stuff that was written down before because it was taken.
You know,
Okay.
We
yeah.
are learning so much right now.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you're right. We are. We are gonna need more help.
Anything else that might be useful, Rothan, that you can think of? People you've met, animals you've talked to, beasts that might be willing to support us. You know, chickens. Apparently Valgwyn has a chicken. I mean, anything that
Oh
might
yes,
have...
Philip. I can go get them if no. What? Oh, sorry.
I would love to meet this chicken. Just a side note. I'm very excited. Is this a regular chicken? or like a were chicken, or like a anyway.
Just a normal chicken, as far as I
This
can
is-
tell.
This
Named
is gonna
Philip.
be great. This is gonna be wonderful. Anything else that you can think of, Rothan, that might be useful to us, or the anything at all, anything?
You're drawing a blank here, so I don't think so.
I don't think that's actually the case, Rothan. Is there magic that can extract memories from an individual?
Alex say something about you not being the champion anymore? What was that?
Oh, I have no idea whether or not any of that will. I have no idea at this point.
Why?
Right. What happened to the blood that was taken from you?
You mean the hags? That blood that they took, or are you talking about something else?
Yes, the hags. Did you recover it?
Oh God.
No.
Isn't that when you guys were like losing a friend too?
Yep. Devin got taken at that moment. What happened? The blood went into the cauldron, right?
Yeah.
What
Blood went
happened
into
to
the
it?
cauldron. A hag was pushed into the cauldron. And I think the rest of it was dumped out, I think, during the fight at some point.
It's a good thing we're going back to Berez, I suppose.
What a fucking mess.
Alright, so just to add more levels of clarification here, as we're having this really great day of terrible communication of things that probably should have said a while ago, but the blood of Arkenfost, which was given to Rothan to become half-dragon in his own right, be hopefully transitioning into the champion of Arkenvost, was taken by the hags, along with, if I remember what I was told correctly, the blessing of the giant god that was pulled out of Trix.
Yep.
Merged into some sort of cauldron thing, and you left it behind. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I certainly hope, by whatever grace Arkenvost giveth us, you all find that cauldron contents intact. To that end, Sivan, it's time for you to wake up. I need the real you back now. That's where we're going to end tonight's episode of Curse of Strahd.